pour vos sœurs, pour vos filles. Notre responsabilité, elle est immense. Il nous reste 10 jours.
Emmanuel Macron, a strong advocate of a strong and united Europe, called for a wake-up call of voters to the rise of the far right. National Rally candidate Jordan Bardella is the favorite in the polls with over 30% of voting intentions, while Macron's Renaissance Party has 16%.
Watch the full interview with Anders Vistesen, Identity and Democracy candidate, tonight in The Global Conversation.
Euronews. Stay connected to Europe.
وحده الله يا جماعة وحده الله لا يا الله رحمتك يا رب اللهم لا تفهم من الذنوب والخطايا.
Euronews. The news.
European Foreign Affairs ministers gave their green light to reactivate an EU border mission at Rafah. High Representative of the EU for Foreign Affairs, Joseph Borrell, said Israel faced new condemnation over strikes on Rafah that local health officials say killed at least 45 Palestinians.
I proposed to the ministers, they gave me green light, the political green light, to reactivate UBAM, our mission, control border mission in Rafah, which has been sleeping for years, not active. This could play a useful role in supporting the entry of people into Gaza, enter in and out.
Italian Defense Minister Guido Crosetto said that such strikes will have long-standing repercussions. Israel is spreading hatred, he said. He also added that he would have acted differently. Turkish President Erdogan condemned the deadly strikes on Rafah over the weekend. The Turkish leader has stepped up his criticism of Israel following its military offensive in Gaza, accusing it of carrying out war crimes and genocide, something Israel denies.
It's almost impossible to provide any humanitarian aid in Gaza following the Israeli offensive on the city of Rafah in the south of the territory, where around 1.5 million people are seeking safety. The United Nations Agency for Palestinian Refugees classifies the designated safe zones as a no man's land. The agency director for Europe told Euronews that she fears for the 800,000 people who are once again on the move in search for safety.
Al-Mawasi, for example, is an area which is very sandy. It doesn't have infrastructure. It doesn't have water or sanitation, and therefore is extremely difficult for people to access their very basic needs. When people leave from their shelters, you have to move your teams as well, and you are not always able to move your supplies or your equipment to be able to provide primary health care to people.
UNRWA used to run 22 primary health centres in Gaza, but now has just 7 and some mobile clinics. Trucks bringing food, medical supplies and other essential aid are increasingly scarce.
What we need is land crossings to be open, complementary assistance through airdrops or the maritime corridor are welcome, but cannot replace the normal delivery assistance of land crossings.
UNRWA asked for donations worth €1.1 billion for Gaza during the 8th Brussels conference on supporting the future of Syria and the region. It also needs €414 million to take care of almost 500,000 Palestinian refugees living in Syria.
Even if it's now 14 years since the war started, it doesn't mean that things are better for people in Syria. Let me just refer quickly to one example, because I was in Syria visiting our schools, and I learned from our teachers that our students faint in the classrooms because they come to school without food.
UNRWA lost important financial support following Israeli accusations that 12 of its 13,000 workers were helping the Hamas movement. Pending an investigation, some countries have resumed funding, including the EU. However, the money could run out in June as the US, which provided more than 80% of these funds, has not yet lifted the suspension.
Left-wing politician Sarah Wagenknecht splintered off from the German Die Linke party last year to form her own party. The Sarah Wagenknecht Alliance, Reason and Justice, BSW, vows to stop weapon deliveries into Ukraine and could promise to split the AfD vote, potentially winning 7 seats in the EU election.
Wir stehen für wirtschaftliche Vernunft, soziale Gerechtigkeit, Frieden und Meinungsfreiheit. Das sind die 4 großen Themen, die wir auch für die Bundesrepublik formuliert haben in unserem Gründungsmanifest. Und das ist natürlich auch das, was wir in Europa wollen.
Deswegen fordern wir als Bündnis Sarah Wagenknecht, Aktiengeschäfte von Politikern müssen öffentlich werden, liebe Freundinnen und Freunde.
Wagenknecht's strategy of promising higher taxes on large companies and wealthier people seems to be working, as the newly formed party won its first victory in local Thüringer elections, the very first election it's run in.
Ob wir sie wählen, das weiß ich noch nicht, aber viele Dinge, die Sarah Wagenknecht sagt, die sind so, leider. Und da die Politik in den vergangenen Jahren so kümmerlich versagt hat, deshalb gibt es auch diese Partei AfD.
Ich bin völlig Ihrer Meinung und freue mich, dass endlich eine Alternative zur offiziellen Politik vorhanden ist, die sich sehr unterscheidet von zum Beispiel so angeblich hochgepriesenen Nationalisten. Sie ist sehr, sehr vernünftig, sehr schlau, wirtschaftlich orientiert.
BSW could become the top left-wing force in the EU Parliament, seeking to form a new bloc. Yet this could spell trouble for Die Linke due to BSW's strict immigration policies and could impede any merger efforts.
The Sarah Wagenknecht party marries socialist economic policies with conservative attitudes towards immigration, but will this be enough to steer the voters away from populist authoritarian parties in the EU elections next month? Liv Stroud in Hamburg for Euronews. Over 200,000 Greek voters in more than 120 countries decided to take advantage of the opportunity to exercise their right to vote for the first time through a postal vote. Greece was one of the last countries that had not implemented this system.
Για μένα ήταν πολύ σημαντικό γιατί πρώτον ήθελα να απολευθερώσω την Κυριακή μου. Δεύτερον, δεν ήξερα τι άλλο μπορεί να συμβεί εκείνη την ημέρα και ήθελα να είμαι σίγουρη ότι θα μπορώ να έχω ψηφίσει. Τρίτον, προσπάθησα να βοηθήσω και τη γιαγιά μου να εγγραφεί στους καταλόγους. Δεν τα κατάφερε, βγήκαν κάποια προβλήματα, δεν ξέρω γιατί. Οπότε θέλω να έχω ελεύθερη την Κυριακή μου για να τη βοηθήσω να πάει να ψηφίσει και η ίδια. Και γιατί είναι μια νέα διαδικασία και ήθελα να την αγκαλιάσω.
In order to ensure the secrecy of the vote and to avoid any type of fraud, security barriers have been provided, as explained to Euronews by the Secretary-General of the Ministry of the Interior.
Γενικότερα τα επίπεδα ασφαλείας είναι αναβαθμισμένα. Ο φάκελος ψηφοφορίας, ο ανώνυμος φάκελος ψηφοφορίας, στην ουσία έχει χαρακτηριστικά χαρτονομίσματος. Είναι αδύνατο να αναπαραχθεί. Επίσης, υπάρχουν ηλεκτρονικές διαδικασίες οι οποίες εξασφαλίζουν στον εκλογέα ότι και στους εκπροσώπους των κομμάτων την παρακολούθηση όλης αυτής της διαδικασίας με διαφάνεια και ακεραιότητα.
Is it set up?
Among the
Okay, it is.
advantages
Nice.
of the reform is the much lower
Hey yo, how's the day going? How are the news? Did you follow the news? Were you following the news about whether Ukraine is allowed to strike into Russian territory? Because that's what I've been following all day. It's like, shouldn't be Ukraine allowed to strike into Russian territory? Yes or no? Debate why. Try to guess why I'm saying yes. Try to guess why these other people are saying no. Try to figure out who's wrong. Also, have you seen Trump? Trump, Russia, Ukraine. It's going to be among the first. It's not among the first news. How did he say it, Moscow?
Attal came to support Valery Hayer at a rally
This one.
in Boulogne. During a speech,
This one.
he warned of the threats
He suggested the piece of shit. They're figuring out no one's going to vote for their fascist asses, and now they're lying around to try and get more votes anyways. Trying so hard to stretch this microphone. But piece of shit suggested that in the event of Russia invading Ukraine, he would have bombed Moscow. And then he also suggested that in the event of China invading Taiwan, he would have bombed Beijing. And people are just jerking off over this like crazy. Luckily, I'm seeing most people correctly point out that the Russian invasion of Ukraine was long underway while he was in power, and he still didn't do anything but stroking Russian cocks. So obviously, the bombing of Moscow was never discussed. But still, just what a little turd. What a stupid little man. I think he's just figuring out that he's losing a lot of votes. He and his stupid team, they're figuring out that they're losing lots of votes on different issues. So they're trying to muddy the waters around these issues to try and figure out, how to get more gullible, dumbass voters from both sides. It pisses me off. It pisses me off to no end. Wait, Irina Farian got an excuse and was given her right to be a professor instead of being fucking executed. Wait, what's new? What happened? What happened? Did something happen? Because I remember the name. I don't remember seeing anything fresh. I don't remember seeing anything less. Who was here in chat? Someone was rather angry about her a while ago, and then I looked into her, but I don't remember that there's anything fresh. Oh, here, found it. Found the news.
If I am re-elected as
Well, I should open you
member
the
of
video
European
so you know what's
Parliament,
happening.
I will still keep on fighting for the rule
The
of
court
law in
reinstated
Europe. We have to make
Farion
sure
in
that there's
position
no
at
debate on the rule of law
Lviv
in Europe,
Polytechnic.
that member states still be democracies, and we
She has
have
to
our rule
pay
of law
compensation
conditionality,
for
and
the
we have to keep
period
on
of
fighting
forced
against autocrats,
absenteeism.
and for the rule of law, democracy, and fundamental
Man.
rights in Europe.
The European Space Agency's
No way.
latest
Illegal
scientific
cancellation
mission was
of the order
successfully
of
launched
dismissal,
into
reinstatement,
space from the
recovery of
United
earnings.
States on
Also, she's going to
Tuesday,
be paid for this.
bearing a satellite that
What?
may provide vital insight into one of the most pressing issues around climate change. The
Oh,
Earth-Air satellite will study
man.
how the formation of clouds and the density of aerosols in the atmosphere impact the Earth's temperature.
Oh, man.
The satellite
Yeah, I
separated
remember,
from
man, I remember her saying a lot of problematic shit. And I remember people quoting her on this, being like, oh yeah, this is the official position of Ukraine. This is the official position of Ukraine, yeah. Like, the discussions over this were absolutely batshit crazy last time I looked into it. I can't even remember, I can't believe that, like, it's going to get brought up again. This is going to be chaotic. Man, that's going to be chaotic. Why the hell though? Wait, but like when she was... She was dismissed, so then she appealed. But the grounds on which she was... against whom the Security Service opened criminal proceedings in a number of articles. Oh, right. Violation of an Article 41 of the Labour Code, committing an immoral offence by an employee who performs educational functions, which is not compatible with the continuation of this work. So she appealed that. She appealed that. Successfully. Somehow. Did she appeal that? Because it seems to be rather a strong... But that...
Your next news bulletin on Euro News is coming up in under 1 minute.
Oh yeah, I remember this. I found it on November 8th. She published a screenshot of an email with open personal data of a student from Crimea. Yeah. Subsequently, the pro-Russian Telegram channel published a photo of the student card and a video of his interrogation. Yeah, holy shit, that too. And then the permanent representative of the President of Ukraine said Ferian should be prosecuted for publishing the personal data of a pro-Ukrainian student from the temporarily occupied Crimea. So overall, how do you appeal that? Because it seems that the reasons for which they kicked her out were all based. How do you appeal the fuck? How do you appeal that? Is that like are we trying to blame corruption? Are we trying to blame the courts not working? By the way, I was in Serbia yesterday. You want to see what I bought in Serbia? I do want to see what I bought in Serbia. I bought lots of shit in Serbia. Listen, I bought some beer chips. I bought some beer chips. It's literally like chips for beer, and the taste is supposed to be German sausages. So that's what I'm tasting out now, because I tried them yesterday, and they were way too strong. I genuinely feel like they made them to be tasted with beer, like at the same fucking time. Also, took a test. Started taking a test. This one. Remembered stream. Stopped taking a test because I want to take it on stream. But there's a test for who you're going to vote for in the upcoming European elections. But it's giving you like Croatian candidates and everything. And Croatian issues are also in the test. I've seen some of the questions in it. They are very Croatia-centered, so I do want to be going through the test to see kind of where we land. It's interesting because we solved the one on the last stream, and it had a completely different set of concerns, I want to say, that the Croatian one has. It's really, really cool. I kind of want to try one for every country, just to kind of see what's the most talked about issue for every country and what sort of problems are things that people think about when they think about the political future, because I genuinely think we have. There's like one particular one in the Croatian test that sticks in my brain, because I started taking the test and then I stopped taking it. The questions I randomized, holy shit, that was hard to say. I didn't drink any beer yet, I promise. But the questions are given to you in random order. So we'll go through them, but one of them, the one that I remember, was should doctors who work in public hospitals, state hospitals, should they be allowed to have private clinics too? Should they work in both? And I think that's such an interesting question, because it's very strongly connected to the issues Croatians are facing at the current time, specifically the issue of corruption in our system, and then also the issue of women's rights in Croatia. But it's not really a question that I've seen on the other tests we did. So it's really, really, it's really, really interesting to me to see this difference between different nations. Estonian garlic bread? What's that? Can I make it myself? Break bread. Estonian garlic bread. Oh. Oh, I was making something like this. Not that good looking, but I was making something like this. Oil, garlic, salt. Arrange bread strips into one pan, drizzle with oil mixture, toast carefully. Arrange strips between both baking sheets. Bake until crisp, flipping halfway through. Let cool slightly. In a bowl, combine mayonnaise, milk.
Is the EU
dill?
setting up a European army?
Fuck is
it's
dill?
a common claim that's thrown around both by critics of the EU
Kopar,
and
fair.
pro-European voices.
Garlic and black pepper. Serve warm garlic bread with sauce on the side for dip.
Is doing the rounds even more than usual. The Cube unpacks the myth.
I wasn't making this, I lied. I was making something similar to this, although this sounds better. But I was making it where you make the bready part yourself, and I feel this is just like bread. This is just bread. You just take bread and you cut it into strips. That seems way easier. That seems way easier than what I was doing, because mine was a whole process. I've made it twice. Never again. Never felt like making it again. This is cool. This is cool. I'm gonna do that.
There's no such thing as an EU army.
As far as I know,
is the European Union setting up a European army?
There are no secret plans locked up in offices somewhere in Brussels with this type of plan. So
Good things are not always hard.
You kind of hit the nail on the
True.
head with the word myth.
True.
In this
Actually, like genuinely true.
The EU does, of course, have a common security and defence policy, together with a defence agency, but it's far from it being
Croatian agendas? No, it's a Croatian agenda. Not getting destroyed would be a strong Croatian agenda. Not getting fucked in the ass would be a strong Croatian agenda. We are very worried. And this is seen in like both sides of the political spectrum in Croatia. We are very worried about our future if this war continues. We are very fucking worried about our future. Because you know what happens if Russia takes over Ukraine? What happens is that Russia gets to the Ukrainian border with Hungary. What happens when Russia reaches the Ukrainian border with Hungary is Orban sells Hungary to Russia. No thinking, no thinking. There's no questions, there's no ifs, there's no buts. One of the strong questions for NATO is going to be what happens when a NATO state willingly gives its territory to be occupied by an enemy. And that's what Orban's going to do. And I don't know if NATO has a way to deal with this, but that's exactly what's going to happen. He's going to sell his territory to Russia, no question. And the problem then is that what you have is you have Russia in Hungary, you got Russia in Serbia, you got Russia in Bosnia through Dodik. What we have then is Croatia getting fucked in the ass. And it's a very, very big worry of our people. Some of them have taken the cowardly route. I had the misfortune of speaking to one on Monday about this. Some of them have taken the cowardly route of like, well, maybe we should try to be good to Russians and then maybe the Serbs won't invade us. Some of them have taken a more realistic route of maybe we should just send a lot of our equipment, because we do have a lot of shit that could be used. Not really proper tanks and bullshit like that, but it's not like we are not equipped at all. So we have, for example, a lot of very good firms specializing in demining equipment. We have firms that specialize in defense. We could be of a lot of help. We are opening new factories. We could make deals with Ukraine specifically, and we're having discussions about that on a country level. So you have people against that because they think it brings us closer to danger of Serbs attacking, and you have people supporting this because they think that the more we help, the sooner we will be able to defeat Russia, so we don't see Croatia occupied again. But it's a big worry. It's a big, big worry. And yeah, the other thing that we are very often talking about is, I think it's because of the position and everything, there's a lot of conversations in Croatia about the difference between the Western and the Eastern world, right? And there's always this difference between how Western Europe is doing shit and how we want to be doing shit. There's a lot of conversations about marriage equality going on. There's a lot of conversations about LGBT rights going on, women's rights going on, religious rights too. Specifically, lots of discussions about whether religion should be taught in schools or should it not be taught in schools, which I don't even know how Western Europe is doing it. Now that I think about it, I've never checked, because there's this opinion that like Easterners are more traditional, more religious, more Catholic, and Westerners are more atheist, more secular, and then that we are trying to balance between the two things to get the best out of both situations. Was not really a European Union initiative. Yeah, I hope it would be, but yeah, we're not really equipped to deal with that properly yet, unfortunately. There are already 300k Nazis north to Kiev. We must have a right to hit Belarus as well. Now it's my thing. It angers me a lot that the conversations happening on a political level, because we live in democracies and because we live in very fragile systems, our politicians are doing things very slowly and very carefully, and I'm not a big fan of that, because these types of conversations, like the idea that Ukraine should have right to hit Belarus, I feel that if you propose that idea right now in political circles, they're going to be shocked. But I feel to any sane person on the ground, that should have been a fact the second Belarus allowed Russians to use their territory to attack Ukraine from. Like the second we knew their territory is being used by the Russian military, they should have been free game. There's no reason for Ukraine to be having to hold on for this long. Like, are you allowing your territory to be used by another military to invade another state? You're a party in this war. You're free game. You're fucking free game. If Ukraine goes and blows shit up in Belarus, that's just Ukraine defending itself against the aggressor. Belarus is actively an aggressor state. There should be no questions about this. But yeah, the second, this gets brought up, you're going to see people going, oh, right. So yeah. Well, and about all kinds of religions in the religion class. Hey, do you have You know what I wonder? Do you have, because we had a thing in high school, we had an ethics class, and ethics class was like teaching you about different religions globally, anthropology in a way, how religion started existing and what religion is today. And then you go through different religions in the world to learn about them. We had an ethics class, but we have specific, it's called a religion class, but it's like specifically Christianity class. So you have specific Christianity classes, you have them in the first 8 years of your school. So while, yeah, you are in elementary for 8 years. So, in your first years of elementary school, they are optional, right? But if you don't go to these Christianity classes, usually you just have to stay in school anyways, because they are between other classes. So there's been a lot of conversations about whether religious, specifically Christianity classes in the first 8 years of elementary school, should they be like first or last class of the day specifically, so kids who do not choose to go to these classes can just, go home or sleep in longer, because having to stay in school, there's usually no one to be supervising them. It kind of sucks, and a lot of parents for this reason are signing them up for Christianity classes anyways. But then in high school, what we had and what I was really disappointed about was you had the Christianity class and you had the ethics class, and it was in the same time slot. It was always in the same time slot. Basically, when you sign up for high school, you get to choose which one you want to be going to, and then you go to that one. You can't have both. It's not an option at all. And I wanted to have both, and I wasn't allowed. So I just went to Christianity ones, and it sucked pretty much. It was bullshit. Also, I don't know how it is in your modern countries. Christianity class professors in Croatia do not have to actually be trained to work with kids, teenagers. Like you don't have to be trained to be a teacher. You don't have to take the university to be given the job. What you have to go to is the theological university, like where priests go, same shit. You finish that, and then you just sign up for jobs to be teaching kids Christianity classes, and then you get the job. But you don't have to do the extra, because for example, my art professors, almost every single one of my art professors finished art academy in Bosnia, because it was cheaper. But they finished the art academy, and then after art academy, they had to go to a specific university where they are taught how to be professors. And that's how you become an art professor. You can't just finish the art academy. You have to actually learn how to be a professor. But to be a Christianity class professor, you don't have to do that. Which resulted in the fact that every single religious professor I had, every single one of them sucked. They didn't know how to deal with kids. In the elementary school one, he would have mental breakdowns in the middle of the class. We were so unruly, he would take his prayer book and he was praying and walking around the classroom, and that was it. Like 45 minutes the class goes, 45 minutes he's walking in circles and he's praying the same prayer. I know that prayer still, because he was like praying out loud and just walking, and that was that. That man was not able to work with kids, but he needed a job, and I guess this job was offered, so he took it, and they demanded nothing else but the fact that he knows some religion. And my teacher in high school also sucked when it comes to religious classes. So that's also like a big issue here. That, our kids, even when they are taught in these Christianity classes, it's mostly a waste of time. It was a waste of time in my high school. I learned nothing. I learned genuinely nothing in that class. The one time I tried to start a discussion was when the popes were changing. If you remember, at the time, this was a big thing on like 9gag. The juxtaposition between the old pope and the new pope. And then the old pope had like the golden little cross and a huge golden chair and everything. And he was looking so rich. And then the new pope comes in and he has like simple white robes and a wooden cross, and that's that. And it was a big thing on 9gag to compare the two popes and to talk about like which one represents Christianity better. And I think it was like my last year of high school or the one before, not sure. But we were supposed to write an essay, and she would just give you essays which were like, write something about religion. And then most people were like, oh, Jesus was really good. And it was a whole essay on why Jesus was really good, and that was that. Like, you weren't learning anything. And I tried to start a discussion, and I wrote a whole essay on this way that the church presents itself to society, and how because of the way that the presentation of the church to society has now switched, that Christianity itself might start being perceived in a different manner. And she not only tried to fail me and then gave me a passing grade anyways. I guess she felt bad because all of my grades were really good and that one was sticking out. She told me I was being hypocritical. She was like, it's hypocritical to be writing about the way that the leaders of the church present themselves to the world. It's hypocritical of you to be commenting on this. Like, you shouldn't even be thinking about commenting on this because none of us are perfect. And if you're not a perfect person, you're not allowed to be criticizing anyone else. So yeah, that was my one time when I tried to start a discussion and I failed in starting a discussion, and I never again tried to do anything really. What are you supposed to learn in those classes? You know what I'm salty we didn't learn? And I learned this way later when speaking to a very religious friend of mine. And I was like, yeah, bro, my religious classes kind of sucked. Like, we just went on to repeat the 10 commandments over and over and over and over. And then the deadly sins over and over and over. It was like a list. And you know everything on the list. But like every few months, you go back to the fucking list and you have to write it down in an exam again. And then you get A grade because you know the fucking list since elementary school. And then we move on to talking about another list. Like, it was always so boring. And he goes, oh yeah, they taught you like the 7 deadly sins so much, and I'm always so sad that they didn't teach us the 7 virtues. And I was like, huh? And yeah, there's a whole thing in the church with 7 virtues. With virtues you're supposed to have to be a good Christian. There's a whole thing in the church, and I always forget the English word for this. I need to find it now. There's a thing in church for, you know, when people say that it's very hypocritical that a sinner can go to a priest and they can talk about their sins, and then their sins are deleted, and then the sinner is just allowed to go to heaven, right? You know that? There's a whole thing in the church where it's not actually supposed to be like that. There's a word for that. I don't know what it is, but when you go to a priest and you tell him your sins and he forgives you, in order for these sins to actually be forgiven, you're supposed to change yourself. You can't repeat them. If you repeat them, it doesn't count, basically. You're supposed to show the will to change, because you're showing the will to repent, and then you have to actually change your actions. There's a lot of shit like that I think we just weren't taught at all, for whichever reason. And it angers me, because it dumbed down a lot of conversations about religion that we were having at the time. Like, I think, you know, if we just knew this, it would be so much more interesting to discuss this shit. And then instead of that, we were just caught up in a circle jerk of the same bullshit over and over and over. Oh yeah, cream is Ukraine, definitely. Need to know the sins to be a good serial killer. You could be going around killing people based on their sins. I do agree with that. Definitely. Real Satanism. I do wish we learned more, but we didn't learn anything about Satanism, really. But then again, this was the same teacher, if you remember, this is the same teacher that told us that in New Zealand, men are allowed to marry sheep. because New Zealand allowed gay marriage. So, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? But we didn't learn shit about any other religion, Satanism included, and I kind of wish we did, because we had a lot of conversations about Satanism in Croatia just a few months ago. Have you seen like our Eurovision entrance? You saw our dude in Eurovision.
I think one of the big issues is
you know, baby lasagna. You have no baby lasagna. Baby lasagna was incredible. But when he first did his performance, one of our football players, always the pinnacle of intelligence in every society, one of our football players called him a Satanist. He was like, this is a satanic performance. I can't believe this is being shown to on TV. I can't believe people are voting for this. We see our society is devolving into satanic practices, basically. So people started talking about Satanism, and it's one of those things where the conversations are being had very often, very loudly. And you want to support the fact that conversations are being had very often, very loudly. But they're being had at the lowest of levels. It's like, you know, in elementary school, if you go to a bunch of children and you introduce to them the topic of Satanism, and they're going to have really stupid comments on this, because they don't know what Satanism is. They have no fucking idea about anything in the world. So they're able to have a whole fight about Satanism and like whether it should be banned or not, or whether something is satanic or isn't. They're able to fight about this, but the way they fight about this is, to an onlooker, you are aware both of these people are really stupid. Right? You're aware that like when two kids on the playground fight about something dumb, you're aware both of them are dumbasses. It was like that. It was like that. It sucked to see. Like even people who were defending the man, because he obviously wasn't being Satanistic, even they had really stupid arguments. Everyone had really stupid arguments. So I wish we were taught more about different religions, and of course Satanism too, because it's such a boogeyman for no fucking reason. Just no fucking reason. Ireland Satanism? Oh, the Irish one. Yeah, that was that too. Oh, I saw it a lot in Croatia too. My man, when she was performing, I loved going on Croatian Twitter. I loved being on Croatian Twitter at the time. People were shocked. People were shocked completely. Personally, I thought the performance was great. I think the artist herself, it's a very edgelord personality, and I'm not always a fan of strong edgelord personalities, so I'm not really having a lot of opinions about the performer in any way, you know? Like, I don't feel horribly about her, but also it's not really someone who I would be going out of my way to support. But the performance was art. That performance was art. That performance was one of the best performances Eurovision has seen this year. Genuinely, one of the most unique ones maybe we had in a long while. So I thought the Irish performance was amazing. I thought it was incredible. It shocked me. It was shocking to me several times. There was this part where it switches. Can we play them on stream? Is that like copyright striking? But there's this part where it's like a horror thing, horror satanistic thing, and then it switches to her almost like dancing ballet, and there's a moon in the back and everything's purple. That switch was one of the most intense shit I've seen on Eurovision. So I thought the performance was great. I thought she deserved votes because of the performance specifically. Yeah, Finland, I think Finland was also great. I like the layout. Thank you very much. Yeah, Finland, I thought Finland was great. Finland reminded me a little bit of Croatia last year, because it's one of those performances that you really want to do, And I think Finns were aware. I think fans of Finland, I was a big fan of Finland. I thought the performance was great. I think we all knew Finland is not going to win. I don't think anyone was like lying to themselves, being like, yeah, Finland can get the victory. No, Finland really could not get the victory, but it was a performance that we needed. And I'm really glad it happened. And I think it's going to be something we will remember for a long time. So I was happy for that. But Ireland was great, and also Croatia was great, even though he wasn't satanic, unfortunately. Fuck, where the hell was I? Giggles, yep, but panic about Finland? Oh, have you not seen people discussing about whether or not Eurovision should be banned from your national broadcasters because it showed a naked man on screen while children are watching? Because it feels like you were not from a country, that's all. Because I've seen that shit. I have seen that shit. I've seen mothers, boomers, crying about not anymore having a fun event to watch with their kids because they can't allow their kids to watch Eurovision anymore because there's a naked grown-ass man there on the screen and it's going to be traumatizing their children. A whole thing with like, yeah, I bought gear for my children and I made sandwiches and they were so happy to watch Eurovision and now I can't in good conscience allow them to watch Eurovision because I know there's going to be a naked man there on the screen and he's going to be the resemblance, the personification of pedophilia and Satanism in one person, right? So I can't allow my kids to be exposed to that. Whole fucking discussions. So, yeah. I thought it was funny. I was genuinely, whenever Finland was on screen, I was on Croatian parts of Twitter just to look at that. I mean, Croatian, Balkan parts, because I've seen lots of Serbs. But I was there just for that, just and only to see that. Ireland too. Like whenever I was watching Eurovision for the rest of performances, I was kind of chilling. I was, existing. These two come, I have to open Twitter. I have to go and I have to open Twitter because I have to see the locals getting angry. And they were angry. I love them so much. I think the best, I don't know who has the best song for me. Man, I really, really loved Ukraine. Also really, really loved Croatia. I feel we were great. I loved Europapa. I thought Europapa was good. I thought Europapa was really, really good. I didn't even have anything against Switzerland, to be honest. I know people are kinda, it's not really Eurovision. It's not a Eurovision song for me, Switzerland one. It wasn't really Eurovision. They were singing about their personal path and everything, and I don't really care about personal experiences when it comes to Eurovision. You know what I mean? Like I want Europapa. I want something like that. I want something that's like a country experience, a European experience. I want something a bit wider. I'm not a fan of like love songs and bullshit like that in Eurovision. So for the theme of the song, I wasn't really too happy about it, but it was really catchy, and I do think they're a great performer, genuinely. So overall, not sad. Not sad about the winner. I'm not even sad about the fact that Croatia didn't win, because second place was, I think, the best we could have gotten. If we got first place, we would need to organize Eurovision. And I don't know how much you followed the situation with football matches played in Croatia last year, but the situation was interesting. We're unable to organize a spectacle without issues, I think. And the Swiss have a lot of money, so I'm sure the show is going to be incredible. Naked and Funny? There was a show, Naked and Funny? The hell is that? But you know what it reminds me of? Have you seen that that British show Fuck, I wanna Google naked and funny, but I'm gonna get porn. The British show, the Naked Attraction. Is it called Naked Attraction? Have you guys ever looked at Naked Attraction? Because it was the shock I felt the first time turning on my TV and seeing a dick, just a dick, not censored, not blurred out, not hidden behind something. There was just a humongous penis on my TV. And I was like, huh? And there's more penises. And then there's this person looking at these dicks and going, yeah, I'm going to eliminate this one and these ones stay. Genuinely a good show though. Genuinely a good show. I think there's something positive. You know what it reminds me of? Have you guys seen that art performance? Not performance. That's not the word. Installation. Art installation on vaginas. There's an art installation and it's a wall of vaginas. It's like the molds were taken of different vaginas and then there's, I think it's like plasters of them, I don't know. But there's like different vaginas on this wall. And I think something like that, unironically, I think it's a way that art and entertainment, do I want to say helps? I do want to say helps, because there's a lot of conversations about the way that unrealistic bodies that we see on screen are shaping the minds of young people. And then there's also a lot of stats on how certain plastic surgeries are getting more and more popular. And in that situation, I feel it's good that people have the ability to look at a fucking wall of vaginas. So women can go, hey, I don't need to get a plastic surgery just because my pussy doesn't look like porn pussy. Look at all of these ones. None of them look like porn pussy. It's just normal. I'm fully normal, right? But as a woman, you're not going to know what's normal. Like, you go and ask another woman how many pussies she's seen, it's going to be a very low number. It's probably going to be lower than your number, right? Surprisingly, somehow. Many people only see one. So I think it's good to see more. And I think a show like Naked Attraction is good because of that reason. Because I think it shows you the way different bodies are existing. And it does make you normalize your own body in your own eyes. Because you're not actually looking at someone photoshopped and someone posing for the camera in a way that, you know, all those porn stars do with their humongous cocks. You're looking at someone normal. You're looking at other normal people, so you know that, hey, you're just average like the rest of them. That's perfect. That's fucking great. Some porn pussies looked like that bulldog. Fair. Arisa stream. I don't know what Arisa does, but she has a dog, and I don't have a dog. I don't have a dog, so no. I mean, I do have a dog, but my dog is not smart enough to participate in this. You need to train a dog to have brain. You need to train a dog to have a brain. And talking about Q Club, I mean, if you go to Q Club and you see a lot of dicks, and these dicks make you feel better about your own dick, because you're like, look at all of these other dicks in Q Club. When I think of what my dick is compared to these, it looks like we're all just normal. And none of us are really the bald guy from porn. The bald guy from porn memes. None of us are really him. But we're all just normal. And a lot of us normals are happy. And a lot of us normals have a good relationship and a good life and good accomplishments. And really, it's not the end of the world if my dick doesn't look like the bald guy's dick. So I think we're all just gonna be fine at the end. So I think it's good. I genuinely think it's good. That was a cool little conversation to have. That was a cool little investigation into dicks and tits. Hey Sona, I saw. You know what was an incredible thing? An incredible comment I saw on Twitter during Eurovision. So Finland was playing and I go to Twitter to see what the locals are pissed off about, and someone makes a comment about how maybe other countries wouldn't be so stuck up about the idea of this Finnish performer. Maybe, like vaguely, maybe being naked on the screen and maybe not. Because a lot of conversations were like, is he naked? Is he not naked? And someone was like, maybe people wouldn't be so up into this conversation if it was normal for them to see their grandma's titties every once in a while. Because a lot of Finnish people go to sauna with their families and just see the bodies of their families every once in a while, and it's just so normal that it's not even that much of a taboo topic, right? So the question of like, is this man naked or not? Like, his dick is being covered by something. Come on, it's genuinely nothing to be so panicky about. It's nothing to lose your mind over. It's not a big deal at all. It's not like a humongous dick is just shown on the screen while kids are watching. Why are you panicking so much over it? Maybe you wouldn't panic if you saw your grandma's tits when you were a kid. And I mean, I see it. I kind of see it. Like if you go to sauna regularly and you see a lot of other naked bodies regularly, and I genuinely feel like you would be more normal about reactions to naked bodies. That reminds me of art school. Because one of the first drawings we looked at in art school was, I can't remember the name because it's not a particularly interesting drawing, but there's a woman and she's on like some sort of a bed and she's naked and there's titties out, right? Her titties are full out, and her ass is like kinda turned that way. Basically, she looks gorgeous. She looks gorgeous. You don't really see the asshole area, but she is naked. She's very naked, and the nipples are out. And we were talking about history of art, and this is the image that the professor chose to be under the title. Like she's showing us the presentation, the first class we're having with her on the art history. She's showing us a presentation. There's a title, History of Art, and there's a woman with titties right under it. And you would think that this would be some meaningful, really strong, meaningful piece of art, but it's not why she chose the picture. She chose the picture because she knows what the reaction would be, because she gets the same damn reaction from every single same damn class that she teaches for the first time. And the reaction is giggling. The reaction is people going, titties on screen in my school, titties, I'm seeing titties. Oh. And every single time she would have this whole speech about how that's just a human body. Like, why the fuck are you giggling? That's a human body. There's nipples there, you got nipples. The fuck are you so shocked about? And every single year she would make new class feel like absolute fucking idiots. And it worked. Because there were a lot of immature jokes made in the next 4 years of art school we had. There was lots of joking around. There was lots of, mocking certain themes that appear in art, specifically like choosing certain colors. Red was very often mocked as like the color of communism itself and the color you choose for brain-dead soldiers. But not once did anyone ever joke around about human bodies being presented. We had classes where we would be having like statues put in the middle of the class, and it was just a statue of a fully naked woman, and no one really found it shocking at all. No one found it interesting. Really, when the teacher was like, hey, you made her boobs way too big, no one was like, you were drawing boobs. No, it was just like, yeah, all right. You didn't do the shading properly, fix it. So I kind of like that. She might have been a gay teacher, to be fair. She might have been. She was really, really cool. I don't know what sort of family she had, but who the hell knows? There were lots of rumors going around. So yeah. Mapplethorpe, I don't know what that is. Do I know?
et que l'Europe pourrait être distancée si elle ne prend pas son destin en main. Oui, l'Europe est mortelle parce que la guerre frappe à nos portes, car les bombes pleuvent en Ukraine, sur la démocratie, sur nos valeurs.
Oh, fair and understand. I mean, you were exposed to it as a young kid.
Oui, l'Europe est mortelle parce qu'elle
Understandable, though. Understandable.
pour la défendre et qu'elle a besoin de se protéger elle-même.
Man, oh, that's why I'll need to look at some of the exhibitions. But I just googled and went into pictures and noise. Your parents like art nerds or something? Born and Joyce clearly see only the penis in David's figure. I mean, yeah, actually. Yeah, now that you're saying, yeah. Yeah, true. It's like those people who wanted the dicks in these old statues to be covered with like leaves or something to make it more modest. It is very much that. Like you're so focused on this little tiny dick. You're so focused on this dick that you're not seeing the bigger picture. True, true, true. Like it's a proper saying. It's a proper saying. Covered dick was dick. Cowardly dicks are the worst. Indeed, indeed. Like you got one and then you hide it away like a coward. L, fucking L. You know, that's why Europe is falling. That's why European Union is crumbling down. Too many dicks covered and not enough of them left to bask in the sunlight. For a while not to get skin cancer. Don't get skin cancer. But look, the Croatian quiz. We have to do the Croatian quiz, alright? I've been ranting for way too long. We gotta do... By the way, DB, I don't know if you've seen this, but there's a Croatian quiz on who you should be voting for. One for Croatia. It was made for Croatia specifically. Yeah. I looked at some of the questions. They were really Croatian. I was really happy to see them because they are very different than the questions we had on the other one. Where the fuck are we? Sex always. Fuck. Where's my here it is. Penis cancer. I mean, you could get it. No, you could get skin cancer on your penis. It's not the same thing as penis cancer, right? But still, yeah. Is there there is a penile cancer. There's a cancer of everything, isn't there? There's cancer of everything. Hey, yo, Slava, Ukraine. Did not see if there is a dick or not, but I was shocked with the fact itself. Yeah, no heart cancer. Is there no heart cancer? Rak srca. There is. Says there is. There's tumors. You can have a tumor on your heart. Yeah. You can have a tumor on your heart. Did you know that? Hair cancer. Oh, no. 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 When you Google hair cancer, you get effects of cancer on hair. But I think you can't get hair cancer because hair is not living, right? Hair is not alive. Hair is dead, hair is rip. Yeah, you can be getting alopecia, you could be getting hair loss, but I think you can't get hair cancer itself. Regular cancer cells can't grow, as in eat up a heart very recently. Oh, could be. Huh. Hair cells are technically dead. Yeah, I remember there was a very popular fun fact when I was in elementary school. Your hair, like when you're brushing your hair can't hurt. You know, like when you're a kid and you go, my hair hurts because I'm brushing it too much. It's not your hair hurting. Like your scalp could be hurting, but your hair can't be hurting because your hair can't feel shit because technically it's dead. And that was like a really, really popular fun fact for a while. I guess it still is, maybe in like first few classes of elementary school. Every once in a while a new 6-year-old learns it and then goes to teach everyone else and everyone's like, whoa. Are we talking about poop? Why are we talking about poop? My scalp hurts from my work. No hair issues, obviously. I mean, yeah. I had a headache recently. I had a headache recently, and then I tied up my hair in a ponytail, and it stopped hurting. And I googled it at the time, because I was like, why did it stop hurting? Was there what? Like, what's the reason for this? Why is the pain so much lesser when my hair is tied up? So I tried googling it, but every single search result was about how if you tie your ponytail too tightly, then your head will hurt, right? And all of them were like, oh, don't tie it too tightly, just stop tying it too tightly. And I was like, no, I'm having like the opposite of this issue. I'm having the opposite of the situation. Why am I having the opposite of the situation? Like, is my circulation fucked? Is my blood pressure weird? Can I know what's going on? And apparently no, because I didn't figure out how to word it, so I can get an explanation. Hey, yo, crazy hunter, how's life? I will not be streaming in your time slot on Friday, so I'm actually able to go and join. I'm working afternoon Friday, guys. By the way, Friday is the morning coffee stream day. So today we're still doing the beer in the afternoon, apparently, because that's what we're doing now. We're either like taking some alcohol or we're taking some coffee. There's no in between. You're either drinking something that fucks up your liver or something that fucks up your heart. There is no deletion on this. I always had to pull on my mom's hair if she had a headache. See why? Is there a reason? You pull hair. Because who remembers that TikTok trend where people would they would take their hair and they would pull, and you can get your skin to separate from your scalp, and they were saying that it helps with pressure, but then apparently people went balding because of it. Is that whole thing somehow connected to this bullshit? Pulled some hair for some other reasons, never on my mom. See, it's actually like, I feel that's quite a good thing, where like you're like, hey girlfriend, do you want to go bang? And she's like, no, I'm having a headache. And you can be like, oh yeah, all right, I'm gonna be pulling your hair while we do it. Double in one, bitch, double in one. We both getting our issue solved. How great would that be? Medicinal fried chicken. Wait, are we? All right, we're done. Let me do my quiz. Listen, Croatian quiz. And the first question, of course, the most important one for Croatia right now, which it actually kind of is the country needs to attract more foreign workers because this is the only way to achieve demographic sustainability. And this is because we keep on having more and more foreign workers getting permits to work in Croatia. And we don't know if that's good or bad. Personally, I think it's good. I don't think it's the only way to achieve demographic sustainability. I think there's other ways to do that, mostly by making your country not being, a chaotic shithole it is right now. And then if we make it into not a chaotic shithole it is right now, we would actually be able to get people to stay inside the country instead of running away screaming. So I don't think it's the only way to do this, but I do think it is a good way to do this. So I do agree with that, but also I know that lots of people in Croatia are going to be like, no, we don't. My session's about to expire. Guys, our time on this quiz is limited. We can do it for a few minutes only. Talking about that, let me click on this link. Finland allows Ukraine to strike Russia with Finnish weapons. What do we have from Finland that can blow up Moscow? What did Finland give us? I've seen, by the way, who saw it? I saw a post that oh my man, I just got the best email. I just got the best email. You remember the digital art class I signed up for? That's supposed to start soon. We're supposed to download Photoshop. And I'm a cheap ass. I didn't want to start paying for Photoshop already. So I was like, I'm just going to get Photoshop a day before the class actually starts. So then when I start paying for it, I can use it in its entirety during the course. And then I can decide if I want to be paying for it later. Because I wanted to get it a bit less legally, but I didn't dare to. Just got an email. And people participating have already shared ways to get it legally without paying. So I guess I don't have to worry about that yet. There's a whole list of instructions and everything. Oh man, this is cool. This is very Balkan. Very Balkan. I'm very happy to get this. But yeah, I saw someone saying that UK already allowed Ukraine to be striking Russia with UK given weapons. Like Storm Shadows have already been allowed to go into Russian territory. So Finland has polar bears and angry drunk men. The question is, can we take either and chunk it at Moscow? Or will that not be allowed by Finn people themselves? One of our influential politicians called Olaf Scholz autistic because he won't send tourists. I can support that message. Thank you. The which one? Thank you. Thank you for saying stuff we didn't think to say in that particular way. Thank you. Like you could stop them by saying they can't use them on Russia. The issue is they have actually been stopped. Because the problem is that Ukraine right now pretty much relies on help it can get from its allies. So if it doesn't listen to what the allies are demanding, like for example, USA sending missiles to Ukraine, right? And USA is like, all right, here are the list of rules you have to be following if you want to get more missiles in the future, right? And if Ukraine goes, nah, USA, fuck you, I'm gonna be using these to strike Putin immediately, they won't get more missiles. They will not be getting more missiles. It's going to be reaching a whole new type of a conversation, which is going to be like, oh, Ukraine is not our ally anymore because Ukraine is actively going against what USA has demanded if USA gives them the weapons, right? Ukraine is showing that it will not listen to USA rules on their own weapons. So is it fair for us to be giving weapons to Ukraine if we can't control how they are being used and who is using them and where they are being used, right? So it has been used to stop them. It has been used to stop them to a great shame because a lot of Ukrainians are getting killed in these recent Russian strikes on their cities, and we know where the Russians are striking from. It's just that no one can do shit to them because they are in Russia. So no one can touch them while they are in Russia. And I do suspect, someone mentioned Belarus in chat previously, and I do fully agree that Ukraine should be having the ability to strike Belarus. I do not think Ukraine is going to get the ability to strike Belarus anytime soon. And I do think after Ukraine is allowed to be striking Russian territory, they're just going to relocate to Belarus. And then we'll be up for another discussion that's going to be lasting for like a year and a half on whether or not Ukraine should be allowed to strike Belarus while there's going to be active fire coming from Belarusian territory. So, yeah, it's dumbassery overall, but I do believe they should be allowed to hit whatever is shooting at Ukraine. It doesn't matter where it's coming from. Hey, yo, Gustavo, how is life? How is life? How is life? In university, everyone was using AutoCAD Torrent, and if somebody was recommending game, I was like, game name repack torrent. I never learned how to use... Oh, what was it? There was a whole website that was really, really popular while I was in high school. The one with like cracked games. And then you had to download the game, and then you had to do some clicking around to figure out a way to crack it. Never fucking figured it out. Never figured it out. They were like, take this file and then paste it in this file. And for me, it worked in like, let's say 60% of situations, which was not enough. So, yeah, I was a failure on that front severely. Hey, by the way, interesting conversation in Croatia too. And also, I don't know how this is being dealt with in your countries either. The introduction of femicide, killing a woman, as a separate criminal offense introduces inequality between the sexes. And I actually don't know. I don't know what I think about this. I don't know what I think about this because the idea is that femicide is supposed to be referring specifically to killing of women out of the hatred for women. But like the way it's gotten life in Croatian society is that like how do you differentiate between normal murder in a way and killing a woman because she is a woman specifically? Because then would you not also need to be having a word for when someone kills a man just because they hate men? And there's a whole fucking fight about this. There's a whole fight about this. And even if I feel in a way I agree it should be a separate crime because the domestic violence against women is happening so often in this country, and because killings of women are happening so often in this country. But then at the same time, I do understand that giving it a different name it kind of starts all of these dumbass conversations, which are just pushing the whole problem more in the back. I don't know if we need to have a separate criminal offense for this. I don't know why it can't be just prosecuted as murder, and then specifically you deal with the issue of this murder being committed after years of domestic violence, which is something that we are seeing in Croatia very often recently. Nowadays, you download cracked games and install, that's it. Oh, you don't need to do copying and paste and shit. What do you mean that's 15 years? Shit, yeah, wait. Yeah, approximately 15 years ago, actually. I wanted to say I was in high school way... I was in high school way closer to like 5 years or something. No, I wasn't. It actually is close to 15 years. You're correct. You're correct, yeah. See, the world has evolved. The way we share games among ourselves has evolved to match my intellectual abilities. I quite like that. Who doesn't hate women? But is that the motivation for the murder? It's more so like what is the difference? Because there have been some cases in reaching the public eye where it's been like, is this a case of killing a woman because you hate women? Is it really? And then there's also been cases that we had where, for example, we had a case where a young girl killed her boyfriend, planned it out and everything. She knew she was going to do it when she set up the date. So then there was a conversation about like, was this not done because he is a man? Like in the same way that men will kill their girlfriends, and that is called a femicide. Should there not be a separate criminal offense for something like this? Because like, I think that the way that this is understood in society right now, and it is precisely because we have so many problems with men killing their wives for some reason, being a really popular thing to do in their free time. What's happening is when people say femicide, they usually mean the killing of someone's partner, someone's wife or someone's girlfriend. So then when a woman kills a husband or kills a boyfriend, it's like, shouldn't this be seen as like menacide or whatever? And I don't really even know what to answer to that. I don't even know what to say. Got no idea. I don't even know if it needs to be a separate offense, basically, is what I'm trying to tell you. I do think it should be... I do think all cases of domestic violence in Croatia are not being looked at properly, and I think we need to look at them a lot stricter, and I think we need to deal with them a lot stricter, because there's been a lot of horror stories coming out recently, but I don't know if making femicide a separate criminal offense really helps, because it's creating like this barrier, and I'm not a big fan of the barrier. And then when you start the conversation about like male victims of domestic violence too and stuff like that, I genuinely don't feel it's helping to create this sort of a gender divide in the situation. It reminds me of Istanbul Convention issues, which on one hand I have problems with a lot of religious people who commented on it in a really stupid way, but at the same time I do feel there's a bit of unnecessary wording in specifically being like, oh, we want to protect women and girls who are victims of domestic violence. Why wouldn't you just say we want to protect victims of domestic violence? And it's mostly going to be protection given to women and girls, absolutely, because they statistically are the ones who experience it the most. But like, why do you need to write this gender difference in the piece of legislation itself? It doesn't really feel like it's helping a lot. You'll have a man identify as a woman after killing a woman to avoid the femicide charge. I feel in Croatia, getting the ability to identify as a woman would be rather hard, but it does make me think about, like, if a woman kills another woman, would that technically be also femicide, because it also is killing a woman? Because I feel it should be. I feel it is. We don't really see that happening though. Have we had women on women murders? I don't know if we had that recently. But I feel it should be treated as the same crime. If femicide doesn't create an unfair disadvantage for men and is judicially treated and punished as murder, it could help shed a light on violence against women if it spikes. But if it is to carry a heavier sentence than regular murder without an analogous statute for violence against men, it could lead to an unjustified mistreatment of men. Yeah, I understand that. If you just deal with it as regular murder, it doesn't create an incentive to take a closer look at violence against women. Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. But, like, do you need it as a separate criminal offense? To create an incentive to take a closer look at violence against women? Do you need it as a separate criminal offense? Or could you just still hold the statistics of number of murdered women versus number of murdered men, and then, you know, number of people murdered by the romantic partner and everything, and you could, like, do comparisons based on these statistics? I don't feel you would necessarily need a special criminal offense status for every single one of these to be like, hey, one of these statistically is very high and getting higher, and that's a big problem. So I do wonder about that. Do you wonder about that? Most of the domestic violence. Right. Okay, all right. It just lets me stay there. I'm good. Most of domestic violence doesn't stop with homicide, so it's not really tackling the problem. The idea was that if you point the finger towards femicide more, then it's going to get the institutions to care more about domestic violence, because in a lot of situations, the domestic violence was reported and it was known to the police. Right? Just the police didn't do anything. Or it was known by the neighbors and it was known by the families. People knew there was violence happening in this family. Everyone, like, knew, but no one reported it because they just didn't feel police was going to do anything, really, or that the police is going to make it even worse. So the idea is that if you point a finger towards the most negative outcome of this, you're showing people, both like regular neighbors, regular family members of people, but also people who do work jobs that could have an effect on this. You're showing them what they might be allowing and what they might be complicit with. Prosecution would need to prove a specific intent of violence against women. Yeah, I do wonder how the difference between the two is proved. But that's one of those things where like intent is really hard to prove in the first place, isn't it? So it's really the same as any other crime that relies on intent. It's going to be really fucking hard to prove. High gender inequality, you could introduce femicide, or femicide would be an additional criminal charge against wife beaters and such. See that? Yeah, I see that. Like a hate crime, right? How? It's proper actually. You just like question the man what he thinks about women, and he's going to be a piece of shit. And then you're like, oh yeah, he killed her because he's a woman, and my evidence that he intended to kill her just because she is a woman and he hates women is the fact that I have spoken to this man and I have interviewed him, and he told me very loudly that he hates women. Yeah. You need a specific genocidal state of mind. Yeah. Or like with the conversations now about indiscriminate bombings, and it's like you need to prove it. You need to prove the intent. That's the problem with showing this. You need to actually be able to prove the intent, and to figure out the intent, you need to figure out what whoever was doing the attack was thinking and trying to do with this attack. What was the intended result of this? How the hell do you prove that? There's a law in Russia which pardons beating your wife. Oh man. Have the police ask, so you killed her, but do you hate women? But more so, I have I'm not a lawyer. I don't know how they would do it. I've got no idea, all right? I would go through the man's Facebook profile, and I would go through his comments, and if I see him commenting on beautiful women with like, hoe, slut, whore, I would be like, yeah, he hates women. If there's any sort of like a negative comment toward a woman existing, I would be like, he hates women. I would be able to prove it. I would use the absolute full balls deep Twitter approach, and I would be right in every single situation. So you can beat the shit out of your Russian wolf. If you are in Russia, because if you are in Croatia, it's going to be femicide. But if you are in Russia, yeah. Russian lawmakers voted 380 to 3 to decriminalize certain forms of domestic violence. First-time offences that do not result in serious bodily harm carry a maximum fine of 30,000 rubles, up to 15 days administrative arrest, or up to 120 hours of community service. Now, how stupid that is, because like, how do you prove if it's the first-time offence or not? First-time offences that do not result in serious bodily harm. It's like that idea that you should be allowed to hit women with like a stick or something because it doesn't leave a mark. No, you're allowed to hit her with a hand. How is it? As long as it doesn't leave a mark, like it's allowed hitting because it didn't leave any sort of, a mark on her body. It's very much like that. And then even if it gets reported, because it didn't leave any sort of serious bodily harm, how are you going to prove that offenses happened before this offense? Every single one of them is going to be treated as a first-time offense, because that is the first time that you reported. You might have been abused for years. This is the first time you dared to report. They're treating it as the first time once. They give him a fine of 30,000 rubles, which is the price of one potato in Russia, I guess. And then he is free to go home and beat you the fuck up for reporting him. And then you will not be able to report him again. So, yeah. The hell. Just the hell on that. Jay? Now that Russia is building housing for their aircraft, the realization sets in just how bad the Biden admin screwed over Ukraine by blocking their ability to find Russian territory. 300 kilometers from the border, the Russians began to build protective hangars. Bastards. Oh, bastards. Man, we had a fucking chance, and now, I mean, we still have a chance, but like, fucking great. Fucking great. Incel-induced rage. Bastards. Russian economy has become the first in Europe.
В чем приходится в первую очередь экономить?
Продукты.
Ну, стараемся экономить на одежде. Вот.
Питание,
конечно,
like not
себе особо не позволяем
it's not as
такого,
easy.
которого бы хотелось.
It's not as easy, is it?
По несколько сезонов носишь, допустим, одно и то же, или что-то хочешь себе, допустим, купить, а не можешь позволить, потому что уходят там деньги на какие-то другие нужды.
Вот это на мне уже 10 лет. Вот это на мне, поверите, 10 лет. Единственная одежда на мне. 10 лет. И я не курю, не пью. Я работаю, получаю пенсию, постоянно не хватает.
А на чем приходится в первую очередь экономить?
Продукты.
L, what I tell you, L shouldn't be born in Russia. If I say Putin is my whore, why can I kick his ass? Technically, I would argue that every single Russian existing is your whole wife. I would argue that by virtue of being born there, they get the status already. So, yeah. They consider it a norm. They go to a war as cannon fodder to earn and steal. Oh, talking about this. Now what I looked into recently. There was some piece of news. There was a piece of news about an area of Russia, and I don't remember which area it was. But it was specifically about, was it people from there dying or something? No. I found it. No. It was worse. It was way more cringe. They made a huge inscription. There's a huge Stalin inscription, and it was installed for 250,000 rubles. Irkutsk. Stalin inscription. This one. I was this. Just Stalin, 250,000 rubles. Just Stalin bullshit. But the reason I'm telling you this is because I looked in the region. I was like, which people are stupid enough to do this? What sort of a place is enough low IQ to do something like this? So I look into Irkutsk. Fun fact, the Irkutsk people conscripted in February 2022. You might remember them. They made 3 very viral videos complaining about the lack of training, the lack of equipment, and the fact that they were being led to battle by imbeciles who were occupying Donetsk at the time. So they were complaining that they are being absolutely fucking mistreated, and they were being led by these people who hate them. 3 different videos asking Putin for help. So Irkutsk class to February 2022. By March 2023, every single one of them was wiped out. Every single one of them. Horrible leadership or whatever the hell, who knows. Every single one of them was dead. And mothers of soldiers at the time, this was before Putin did that very fake meeting with mothers of soldiers, if you remember that one, where he brought like party leaders and shit instead of actual mothers of actual soldiers. Mothers of these soldiers tried to have a meeting with their governor to be like, hey, our sons made several complaints, like we hoped something would change, because they're still quite stupid and we believe Russia cares about us. We made several complaints. Nothing changed, and our sons are dead. What do you have to say about this, Governor? What do you have to say to explain why our kids have been left to die? And he gave them a response which was, oh, these aren't your kids anymore. Those aren't your fucking kids. These are the children of the state. The second they sign up for the military, These are not your kids. These are the kids of Russia. What are you complaining about? They stopped being yours when they got conscripted. He had a whole story about how when he was 18, he joined the military, and his mother was like, yeah, you're not my son anymore. You're not my son anymore. Now you are the son of Russia. So whatever Russia does to you in order to reach a better outcome for itself, that's like what Russia does to you. You know, you're not my son anymore. You're a kid of Russia. And that's that. That's the entire explanation that he gave them. Literally nothing else. Nothing else. Not a word more. Not a word more. Not any sort of apology. Not anything like, hey, I'm sorry that for months we've been seeing your war criminal sons saying that their situation is horrible and we just allowed them to die. Not once did he say, yeah, I'm sorry that we put your kids in this situation. No. He was just like, yeah, we didn't put your kids in that situation. You didn't have these kids at all. These weren't yours. Fuck you. What are you crying about? Just the funniest fucking thing. The funniest fucking thing. Just, what a fucking response. I loved it. I loved it so much. Yeah, it was a very Russian thing. It was indeed a very Russian thing to say, wasn't it? I was shocked by it. I was genuinely surprised that he would say it so openly, so just loudly. And they just did nothing about it. That's the worst thing. They did nothing about this. They were like, oh yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. These actually were not our sons. And then they hoped that they are going to get... They hoped that they are going to get represented at the meeting of Putin and mothers of Russian soldiers, and they didn't. And again, no one did anything. They were just like, yeah, we hope we will get to send one of ours to speak to Putin directly. And no one had a chance to speak to Putin directly, and no one made a fuss about it. Just like, yep, all right, Putin doesn't want to speak to us about our sons that are not really our sons. And then they died. It happens. All right, I'll just make another one. Maybe when I make another son, and then he becomes not my son, and then he becomes Flatnik, maybe that time I will actually get to speak to Putin, who is at the time still going to be leading Russia, because they will never get rid of that piece of shit. That's incredible. What an incredible way to exist. Holy shit. Also, this piece of shit. You know what's my best thing about this piece of shit? Is that this man, this loser of a man, thought he was surrounded by some big, strong, loyal man. I genuinely think if you asked this piece of shit before he burned to death, if you asked him, hey, you're about to die now, what do you think Wagner will do when you die? And he would have said, oh, they're going to burn Moscow to the ground. I genuinely believe he was so deluded. He thought that they would fight for him. He thought he was untouchable because he thought Wagnerites were going to raise hell on the ground if he is killed. And then he got killed. And then Grisha cried on Twitch or whatever it was it Kick at the time? He cried there for 5 minutes, and then they all went to forget about him. His body didn't even cool off properly. Every single Wagnerite forgot who the bold dude even was. A father fucking figure. Father figure. Just nothing happened. For like 5 minutes, the internet was like, is Wagner going to march to Moscow now to avenge Prigozhin? And then like 3 minutes later, you go to a Wagnerite and you're like, hey, what do you think about Prigozhin burning to death? And they're like, who's that? What? Pre what? I don't know what you think. I don't know what you're speaking of. I'm getting money to keep fighting for the Russian state. Absolutely useless. A useless group of men. I hope there's an afterlife, and I hope he's watching. And I hope he's seeing how they're pissing on everything he tried his legacy to be. Because he just surrounded himself by a bunch of trash, and that's that. Nothing. We saw fucking nothing. Imagine that. Being killed like that, and like, no one does a fucking thing about it. Perfect. And then they raise a stupid ass statue. They raise a stupid ass statue about it. Great. Great. Ukraine has been greenlit to attack targets inside Russia by France and Germany in the defense of Ukraine. Now I'm hoping that we get some strong, fresh new weapons so we can shock Russians with them. I'm hoping we get something they will not see coming. Until that happens, though, make sure you are donating to Ukrainians, specifically donating towards making of Ukrainian-owned weapons. I will forever be advocating for that. Make sure you are donating for Ukrainian domestic production. Because there can always be a time where, like, Putin offers Nord Stream 15 and Scholz goes, yeah, daddy. That can always happen, all right? The Westerners can always be betraying you. Who will not be betraying you is fellow Ukrainians. Always donate to Ukrainians first. Always make sure whenever you're doing anything, do it in a way that only relies on the success if Ukrainians do their job properly, because they're going to do their job properly. They've already been doing a great thing with their domestic drone production. It's already been developing great. We're seeing a lot of very, very good hits inside Russia. Make sure that you are supporting that first and foremost. And then, you know, if our fellow Europeans decide to abandon us, as they are very possible to do, at least it will not be that much of hurt. And you gotta be hopium. Vast majority of European countries that have given military assistance to Ukraine have given their okay to carry out attacks on Russian soil with donated weapons. You know what I'm scared of? I'm scared that what happens is they just like don't give Ukraine anything that could be sufficient to defeat Russians if it hits them. You know what I mean? Like, I'm scared that it's going to be like, yeah, sure, you can go and hit Russia with our weapons. Sure, you're allowed to do that. And then the weapons given are like, yeah, no, shit that is only needed for like air defense inside Ukrainian territory itself or something like that. I'm scared that they're not going to be given long range enough shit for a while, because after allowing Ukraine to be hitting Russia, they will not dare to see their weapons being used to hit Russia anyways, right? Like, never trust them. Never fucking trust them. They'll figure out a way to be cowards about this. They will figure out a way. They're going to be like, oh yeah, how many kilometers inside Russia are we allowed to strike? How many kilometers? How much do we be allowed to strike? Let's calculate how far away the most distant Russian military unit is, and then let's divide that by 7, and then this is how deep into Russia you are allowed to go or some shit, or this is how long of a range our weapons donated will have. They're going to figure it out. I do trust the Storm Shadows because I've heard Storm Shadows were already used inside Russia without our knowledge. I did not fact check it. But I've heard they were already used inside Russia. So in that regard, I trust the Brits. I am very heartbroken to say I trust the Brits. When it comes to Frenchies, I'm even GG with that. I don't trust the Germans, my dude. I don't trust the Germans. I'm sorry, I don't trust the Germans. I don't feel like Germans want their weapons to be used inside Russia. I'm genuinely not fully... Until we get a Taurus or something, until we get something long range, and until it burns down a whole battalion of Russians inside Russia, I don't know if I'm going to be believing the Germans are fully on board of this. Because so many times they had a thing with... oh yeah, we have to help Ukraine defend itself. Yeah, Ukraine is on the forefront of civilization. And then when it comes time to actually send something to Ukraine, they're like, well, I don't know. I didn't know. Should I? Do we want to do that? Should we do that? I don't know, really. I'll think about it a bit more. Oh, Ukrainians are dying while I'm thinking. Unfortunate. So, yeah, I don't know. What kind of fucking weapon can take out an entire battalion? Look, my dude. my man. Germans have a lot of cash money. All right? They're already not paying their 2% to be given towards their defenses. What I'm saying is they should go balls deep, start giving at least 2% towards their defenses, and then make some super cool ultra weapon to be given to Ukraine to fuck up these Russians. Because they can afford it. Germany can afford to do it. If we have one strong state in Europe, one strong state that can carry all of us, it's Germany. It's fucking Germany. Germans, you know Germans could. You know Germans could. You know Germans have the ability to wake the fuck up and be the military that Putin is going to crap his pants looking at. They're just not doing it properly, and I'm very saddened about it. It's even more heartbreaking that it's Germans doing it, you know? If it was like Montenegrins, being like, when we're not sure if we should be giving our weapons to Ukraine, you would be like, who the fuck cares about Montenegrins? Who the shit cares about you? What's your weapons? Gonna be throwing like pillows at them or whatever? You people do nothing, right? Even if you go balls deep into this, you're not going to create a change on the battlefield because you're Montenegrins. Come on, get it together. But then Germans could overturn this. Overnight, Germans could overturn this situation. And instead, they're choosing to go slowly. It's offensive. It's offensive and it's disappointing. It's like watching America right now, genuinely. It's like watching America. Scholz is pussy even compared to Merkel. I don't agree with that, but I think it's because I see Merkel as a traitor to everything. I see Merkel as an actual traitor. I don't think there was a way to really be worse than what Merkel was. Unless if Scholz was like starting to disband NATO and selling each country to Russia, whatever. I don't really think that would be a way to be worse than what Merkel was, because I genuinely think Merkel was a traitor to Europe itself. She made us reliant on Russian gas. Her actions, her insisting to sign more deals with Russians, it's what made us reliant on their gas in the first place, right? And being reliant on their gas is what made us turn a blind eye to them invading Georgia, and then to them invading Crimea and eastern Ukraine, and then to them invading Ukraine again, right? Because you remember the scares we had in 2022, 2023, when winter was coming, and we were like, oh, are we going to freeze? Are we going to freeze? Should we really stop all imports of Russian gas and oil? What if we freeze because we rely on them so much? Yeah, you do, thanks to Merkel. Thanks in big part to Merkel. So for Scholz to be worse than that, I would be surprised. Like, I don't think he's good. I don't think he's as good as he could be, but I don't think he's anywhere as bad as Merkel was. Merkel was just believing in the whole... there's a term for this. German foreign policy towards Russia. You can Google it, and there's a specific term for this, which like basically they were trying to trade Russia to civilization. They were like, if we keep Russia around long enough and we keep on giving them money for some of their services and some of their resources, and then they also give us money, and you know, our politicians go there and their politicians go here, and there are people who work for their industries and their people work for our industries, right? If we do this for long enough, then Russians maybe will turn into a proper civilization and will not go around raping and killing and butchering and invading. Did it work? No, it did not. But she genuinely believed that this is going to work for some reason. Yeah, so overall, yeah, and I'm just angry. I'm just angry about it. So I don't see Scholz as bad. I think he could be doing better, but I don't think he's doing actively harmful things, right? And it's not like he's standing on the sideline. He is giving shit to Ukraine. He is not choosing to go the UK way, which is what I would love Scholz to do. UK has consistently been the country that has been trying to push itself to the forefront of helping Ukraine, right? UK has consistently been like, oh, we're going to make the first move. We're going to make the first step, right? We're going to be the country that leads, and then everyone else follows. It's like a few days ago when Sweden made the announcement that Ukraine is allowed to use Swedish weapons to strike Russian territory. And people were like, ha ha ha, Sweden. Who gives a shit about Sweden? Once Sweden making this decision isn't going to make a difference, right? People being like, well, how many weapons did Sweden even give? Like, how many Russians can you wipe out? How much of their equipment can you wipe out with all of this? But that's not the point. The point is that a country made this decision. And this is how you get other countries to make the decision too. By setting an example, by showing, hey, look, Russia said, if I make this decision, they're going to blow me into pieces with their nukes. I made the decision. I'm all right. Ukraine's winning. Russia's losing. Obviously, this decision is good and it is not causing me any active harm. You can do it too, right? Look at how many Russians we managed to blow up by doing this. Are they hitting us with nukes? No, they're not, because the nukes have been a bluff all of this time. Look, I'm pointing it out. So I think UK has been doing that consistently, and I wish Scholz were doing that consistently too, instead of just kind of piggybacking off initiatives that everyone else is doing. It feels like he's kind of following around. I don't know how much my complaints about Germany right now are based in the fact that I think there's a lot of potential, and I think they're not doing their best. I think they're doing fine, but I don't think they're doing their best. German-Russian foreign policy was based on the idea we trade them, so no war copium. Yes. Someone wrote it. Where did I see it? Wandel du Handel, that one. It was an honest try, it failed, but calling it out is a hindsight 220 kind of deal. To be fair, also considering where Germany is coming from, I'm pleasantly surprised is a based comment, genuinely. Considering their history, yeah. I feel Wandel du Handel would have been an honest try had it stopped when it became obvious that it's failing, which was multiple times. And it didn't. It kept continuing, right? Like, several times Russia has shown to us that they're not a country you can have peace with. They're not a country you can cooperate with to build them into a civilization. Neighbors of Russia have been warning about this for years. Germany chose to stay deluded. This was an obvious failure. From the second Russia went and butchered Chechens, it was obvious these fuckers did not change from the times of Soviet Union. And still we kept on trading. And then, they go and invade Georgia, and still we keep on trading. And they go and they invade Crimea, and we keep on trading. And we know what's going on, and we keep on trading anyways, because we're like, oh yeah, well maybe we just need to pretend if we trade more, they stop this. If we trade more with them, if we give more money to this country, if we make ourselves more reliant on them, maybe they will stop invading. Maybe 1 or 2 countries more. But then that's going to be it. Then they will stop with the wars. It wasn't worth it from the start. We should have just allowed them to be rotting there. But for some reason, we deluded ourselves. And it was a failure from the start. It was a failure to see Russia as a country able to be civilized. From the start, genuinely, from the time they butchered Ichkeria, we should have been like, nah, these fuckers did not change, so we will not be making ourselves in any way reliant on them. We will not be inviting them to fucking NATO meetings. Why did we invite them to NATO meetings? Are you aware for how long the fuckers were just allowed to be there? Putin himself, at the 2008 NATO meeting, at which it was discussed whether Ukraine and Georgia are allowed to join NATO to be safe from Russia. Putin himself was present, and they asked him his opinions, and he was like, no, I would not like these two to be able to join NATO. And then they didn't join NATO, and he was like, yeah, I'm happy about this. Russia is happy about this outcome that Ukraine and Georgia are not allowed to join. You people from NATO are listening to me for some reason, even though I'm not a NATO member country. You people are listening to me. I'm telling you, we are very happy with your decision. So just a few weeks later, I can go and butcher up Georgians. And we did nothing. Like, I don't even think it's I think it was hindsight 2020 in 2008. I think in 2008, we should have been like, yeah, this was a mistake. It was easy to see all of this time, but this was a mistake. We should kill every single Russian soldier invading Georgia. And we didn't. In 2024, it's not really hindsight 2020. It's like an elephant in the room type of a situation. It was here all of this time. It was here all of this time. Overall, I'm fucking salty. Poland has been doing good shit, but also Poland has been lacking in some areas. Poland has lacked severely in understanding the importance of creating a proper European Union strategy to specifically like the import of Ukrainian grain. Poland has dealt with the issue horribly. Just absolutely horrible way of dealing with the problem. So I definitely think in that regard, Poland was harmful. Not even like neutral, like Germany often is just neutral. Poland was harmful. But also there was a whole thing. What was it about? The tanks? Was it the tank thing? Who remembers? When Poland was like, oh, Germany is not sending shit that we could send to Ukraine. We want to send something to Ukraine and Germany is not giving it to us, but we would very much love to send it to Ukraine. And Germany was like, okay, Poland, I just need an official request. Like, I just need your people to make an official request to my people, and we will send you the shit immediately, and you can send it to Ukraine. Just give us the request. And Poland was like, I'm not hearing it. I'm not hearing it. Why aren't Germans sending us the things? Why are Germans refusing to cooperate? Like, there was a dumbass thing. There was also the failure. Remember it specifically being the failure of German communication, German media communication at the time, because this should have been made public way before, and it wasn't. But like from the start, it should have been like, hey, Poland's kind of bluffing. They're kind of bluffing. They're like refusing to cooperate. It's a failure on their part. They're trying to show themselves as if they are fully on board with this, and they obviously are not. But at the same time, I do agree that Poland has understood a lot about the seriousness of this issue. But to be completely honest, when it comes to countries going full balls deep, I think the Baltics have been amazing. I think the Baltics have been amazing. I think they've been doing a great fucking job, genuinely. They have to do something against their farmers, especially as Russia and Belarusian grain can enter freely. Oh yeah, that's true. When Latvia was the first country that was like, hey guys, maybe we should stop importing Russian grain. The fact it was, when was it? Like 2024, wasn't it? This year. They brought out the proposal. Why has it not been brought out before? Why have we been getting anything from Russia? Holy shit, that was a wild thing. It was about repairing weapons. I remember Poland failing to make an official request, and that was a weird little thing. I mean, we more so like, oh, Poland is trying to put itself, to create an illusion of itself being on the forefront, but I don't really know if it's on the forefront or if it just likes us to think it is. Poland was even refusing to repair German ET-2000s on Polish soil because they made a condition Germany should give secret design information about the artillery pieces to Polish companies. Oh shit. Oh mom, oh that's bullshit. Oh, that is bullshit. Imagine not understanding the importance of this. It's like with the grain thing. Imagine not understanding the importance of keeping Ukrainian economy as strong as it could possibly be in this situation. No, you're being like, me, we don't want this grain to be put on our markets. All right, then demand European Union to be tracking the grain better. Demand that we have stricter rules on where it is allowed to go and where it is allowed to be sold and at what prices it is allowed to be sold. But like, holy shit, just blocking the fucking border? But not just blocking the fucking border. Who remembers that tractor with like Soviet flag on it? That was wild. That was wild. So yeah, I do trust Baltics more. I genuinely trust Baltics more. Get the article about... Hey, I'm talking about Euro elections. You remind me I haven't finished my quiz. I have to finish my quiz. How the far right is winning over young Europeans. Ooh. Large portion of German youth share far right views of their European counterpart. Is it the immigration? It's the immigration. It's the immigration. Climate fanaticism? Oh, damn. Transgender rights and abortion? Oh, man. Young men of whom many feel emasculated by feminism. Dude. Oh, unbelievable unattractiveness of the left in its current form. I actually can agree with this. I think this is a perfect way to say it. Unbelievable unattractiveness of the left in its current form. Is that not the perfect way to describe the current situation? That's like poetic. Indeed, it really is. It really, really is. Left L, right wing. I mean, I don't even know. I don't even know. Left is pushing a degrowth agenda, which is basically promising young people they'll be poorer than their parents and telling them they have to make sacrifices to save the climate. With us, they won't have to sacrifice anything. Oh yeah, in his interview with the Financial Times, he said not all members of the SS were criminals. I remember this. And then AFD lost a lot of support from the far-right parties in Europe. Like he was too far right for the far right. So they were like, no, we can't associate with you. I'm sorry. Like you're actually a Nazi. I apologize. We just like them. All right? We just like Nazis. And we want Nazis to vote for us. But we can't actually be Nazis. That would be bad. So we have to kick you out. Right wing wants you to fly for cheap, eat burgers and drive fast cars. It's just such a stupid thing, though. It's such a dumb thing, but it's so much easier to advertise. Genuinely, yeah, right? It's so much easier to advertise than it is the left-wing equivalents of this. It's so much easier to advertise. And then also when I think of left-wing and I think of tankies. Like in my mind, it's like tankies, and you know what it is? It's those weird types who are like, we should just have peace. We should just hang. It's the leaders who start wars, but it's the people who have to fight them. Maybe the people should just hug out in the fields and have peace. That's what I think about sometimes. And then it just creates this idea that someone identifying as left is a red flag person in and of themselves. Like on average, you know what I mean? On average. I think this sort of a caricature is misattributed to a big part of what we would call the left, while when you think of the right-wing equivalents in degeneracy, which would be Nazis, no, like Nazis are even worse than that, right? But the right-wing degenerates are mostly seen as far right, whereas in left-wing it's like the whole of left-wing is the problem. And I think that's kind of creating also a problem. Like, you think about leftists right now and you think about the causes that they feel really, really strongly about, and a lot of them are not people you want to be associating with. Whereas I'm feeling, at least like in my country, at least here in Croatia, when I speak to right-wingers, a lot of them are what you would call center-right, and a lot of center-right opinions are perfectly normal. They're just okay. When I see our center-right parties, when I see people who vote HDZ, they're actually like genuinely okay people. It's opinions like Croatia should be having a strong military so we can defend ourselves in case something happens. We should be helping Ukraine because helping Ukraine means that we will be in a safer situation, right? It's opinions that are mostly based in them just genuinely being normal, right? And then you look at like the left and how the left in Croatia is representing itself, and it gets fucking cringe, my dudes. They have huge protests that are pro-Palestinian, which I don't even like, not even against these protests themselves. I'm against the flags that they're fucking waving flags of Russia and North Korea on them. Like, you remember those memes? Do you remember those memes made at the time? How much people were mocking our protesters? Because they had a whole thing about, like, which one is the real democracy? And it was genuinely like you had the flag of North Korea and the flag of South Korea, and people had to vote which was actually a democracy and which one it wasn't. And guess which choice? Guess which choice the young leftists made? Guess who was the real democracy in their eyes? But it's attributed to the left itself rather than just being far left, which is what I think you should be correctly branded as, so we don't make the left itself lose as much support. Being against mass immigration is a normal thing. That's also a problem though, because like it's an issue that can be put in. It can be put in words that you could agree with, but then any sort of a way they would try to fix the issue is a problem. It's like you know what's an equivalent issue? Low birth rate. I think low birth rate is an equivalent thing, which is like, is low birth rate a problem? Yes. We have a lot of old people in this country, and more people are soon going into pension, and there's not enough workers to be propping up the system, right? There's going to be a lot of pensioners and not a lot of workers to be earning these pensions. So is low birth rate in a country a problem? Yes. But then when you ask people what is their way to solve this, you get either like acceptable opinions, mostly from the left, or you get utterly unacceptable ideas from the right. I don't think they have like a single proper way to be dealing with this, because their ideas of dealing with this kind of goes against their own ideals. So for example, whenever there's conversations about making kindergartens cheaper or even free, they're like, no, we can't do that. We can't be doing that. Giving more social help, giving more money to young families, no, we can't do that. We're against that. We're right-wing. We don't do that shit. That's what leftists do. That's what communism would be. We don't do shit like that. And then you're like, all right, but you do understand that low birth rate is a problem. What's your way of like influencing this? What would you do? And they're going to be like, oh yeah, we just make condoms illegal. There's not a condom in sight. If you go to a pharmacy to ask for contraceptive pills, they put you in prison and then put you on like a list of women to breed or something. That's our way of dealing with this. Not a single idea that they have about it is acceptable. And the same ways with immigration. It's like, all right, a lot of people are leaving this country. That's a problem. A lot of people are leaving. and running off to other countries, that's a problem, definitely. How are you thinking of dealing with this? And then you have right-wingers going, oh, we just make it so people can't leave. We make it so people can't leave. On a European level even, we're arguing that a country should not give foreigners the right to work there. Our people would not be leaving if it was illegal for anyone outside of our country to allow them to work there. You want to work in Germany? Well, that's too bad, because any single German allowing you to work in their firm is going to be a German in jail. Huh, sucks to be that, doesn't it? So yeah, our people can't go, because no one can accept them. GG. GG. It's literally like Serbia is having these issues very often about like how hard it is for their people to leave Serbia to go to European Union, and how it's going to be easy for them to do this when they join European Union, so they're scared of joining. But it's already like hard, and there are people already running away, so they're being like, should we make it harder? How should we make it even harder? How should we make them even less able to run so we don't have a brain drain? It's like, just make yourself into not a shithole. Just make yourself into not a shithole. Come on, you're not the only country that's been dealing with this problem. You can prop up the economy. There's a lot of ways to do it. One of them being allowing migrants to come in, so you open a lot of workplaces, which is one thing that we are doing. But no, you can't do that. You can't do that, but because then you will be having foreign workers in your own country, which is horror. Oh, horror. Center left party just fully focused on climate and gender issues. Yeah, that too. I think cultural issues in the first place are just really, really... It's a way in which both will lose. It's a way in which both will lose. Some Ukrainian politicians asking Europe to remove aid to Ukrainians and force them to return. Oh shit, yeah, I hope that's never going to happen. I understand the importance of Ukraine having as many people as possible to be propping up the economy and to be going out to fight and everything. And I do even understand the importance of following the code of Ukraine when it comes to people who are able to be conscripted and shit. And when it comes to people avoiding conscription, I understand why they should be returned. But when it comes to the idea, so just like, oh yeah, you should just be like kicking out all people you have so they can be working here in Ukraine. We did that when Yugoslavia, by the way. When Yugoslavia crumbled, our people went out, my mother specifically. I think I said this before, but she used to be a good cook in Germany. She was working in a restaurant, she got her education and everything. And at the time, there was a law set that you have to come back. If you are a refugee, if you ran away from Yugoslavia, you gotta come back. You cannot stay outside. Even if you built a whole fucking life for yourself, you got a job and everything, you can't stay there. Like, you have to go back, you're forced to return. And I think this was severely damaging for a lot of people, genuinely, and I don't think it's something that helped the situation at all. I don't think it was the thing that helped the situation at all in any way. What you had was just a bunch of people being forced to return. Then they took over the houses that used to belong to them. They didn't give a shit about these houses. They abandoned them and ran back into Germany anyways. So now you have just a bunch of very old abandoned places in Croatia that no one wants to be in because people were forced to return. They didn't want to return. Some of them had been refugees outside for 6 years. They built a whole fucking family. They built whole connections in other countries. You can't just force these people to be returning to your own country. Sure, they're not going to be having the refugee status anymore. That is all right. But come on, you can't just kick them out. And then even worse, if there's conversations about it happening during the war, as it is right now. Come on. Get out now. What Krach did was give a statement to an Italian journalist in an interview. He was asked if SS was a criminal organization, and in his answer he said he accepts the SS to be a criminal organization, but he will never say that everyone that wore the uniform at any given time is automatically a criminal. Yeah, you know what's a problem? When you say that, that's a dog whistle. When you say that, when you push the conversation to go into, well, was every single SS officer equally bad, or were some of them worse than others? You are free to discuss. When you push the conversation to go into that direction, I think you're already doing Nazi apologetics, right? Like, it's not like he had a rank of different SS officers handed to him by someone else, and then under gunpoint he was forced to say that some of these people are more criminal than others. He chose to go in that direction, and by choosing to go in that direction, I think he already showed his stance on it, right? I think you're already like, all right. I know exactly why you're saying this. I know exactly why you're saying this shit. It's like how in Croatia, you know what Nazis do in Croatia? When Tito was around, Tito did a war crime. Now we cheered for him when he did the war crime because his people killed a bunch of Nazi people. And we were like, yes, thank you, because fuck the Nazis. But here's the thing. A lot of our Nazis today, what they're going to do as a dog whistle is they're going to be like, well, guys, not every Nazi was a criminal, right? Like, you know that when there were Nazis in Croatia, when we had Ustaše, you know a lot of them were just people who wanted to be a part of this German military because the paychecks were good, right? Like, not all of them were bad people. Not all of them were necessarily bad. Like, some of them maybe just wanted cash, you know? Some of them just maybe didn't know what was going on, really. And it's a way how they get you into putting a candle in your window when we have the anniversary of the Bleiburg massacre. Because that's what happens. They put fucking candles in their windows for Ustaše, for Nazis that were killed. And every single time this conversation is started, they will be like, well, some of these were not actually criminals. Some of them were just civilians wearing a uniform. They were not that bad. It's a dog whistle for a reason. To a normal person, they hear the stance and they're like, yeah, sure, I can imagine that, you know, some people just wanted the paycheck. I can imagine that. I can see that. But like, to a Nazi fucking knows what he means by that. A Nazi fucking knows what he means by that. And a Nazi means that killing Nazi soldiers was a rather sad thing because, you know, many of them were maybe just not really bad people in the first place. Many of them were just maybe, you know, doing what they were told. Maybe they didn't even want to go around and be killing a lot of Jews. Like, maybe they were just following the orders. You know what happens? Maybe they were just following the orders. Maybe they should have tried that defense to the court. I wonder how that would have looked. But yeah. No, you don't have to differentiate. The second you choose to go into differentiating, you're showing where your loyalties lie. The second you make a choice to be like, guys, maybe not all Nazis were bad. The second you make that choice, like, your opinion of Nazis is already an opinion that is rightfully being spat on by even the far left. Not being able to say SS is bad is the same as people that can't say pedos are bad. Oh yeah, the proper. But yeah, definitely. Yeah, absolutely. Foreign SS trips were mostly volunteers. Dutch too. Yeah, it's like here. We did have people who joined the troops because they were desperately in need of cash. We did have that. We did have people who joined the troops because, you know, there was an occupying force here and they were like, hey, maybe if I join the troops, the occupying force is going to be nice to my family. So I'm going to join the troops and then hope that, you know, we don't meet an unfortunate fate. Sure, it's a thing. But if someone ever asks me, hey, what's your opinion on Ustaše? And I go, you know, not all of them were bad. Some of them were just good people wearing a bad uniform. I'm feeling I should be going to jail immediately. Because I definitely should be going to jail immediately. That's a Nazi fucking thing to say. Okay, it's very easy to just be like, hey, you know what Nazis were? Pieces of shit. All right, let's move on the conversation. I don't need to unnecessarily go and make apologetics for the worst fucking evil Europe has seen in those years. Such as Ukraine was not existing in World War II, I would not even treat collaboration as something bad automatically. I feel it's one of those things that you can understand, but something that still was, well, stupid would be the first word to describe it. Something that still was stupid, short-sighted, blind, and ultimately a decision that did require volunteers to be cooperating with Nazis, which is by itself a horrible thing. So, yeah, it's like you can be like, oh yeah, I understand why in time some people thought this would have been a smart move. But it's still a move that with itself carries a lot of moral weight. And in this situation, a move that, deserves for your memory to be branded by the fact that you made it. Could have joined the regular German army as well. SS was separate from the regular German army. Okay, yeah, that also, yeah, proper. There's a car honking outside, I don't know why. I think something's going on. We're having a car crash or something fun. 2 cars in this village make that crashing. Stories from my fam, how Nazis wanted treating them worse than Soviets. Understandable that. It's like you have to choose between the two shits. The best thing you could do really is blow them both up. But then when you don't have the option of blowing them both up, too easy to say everyone that wore a certain uniform, however the circumstances were at the time of him coming to wearing it. Wait, but like, my dude, if you're asked the opinion, if you're asked, what do you think of SS? Was it a criminal organization? And you choose to go into, well, I'm not sure all of them are evil. Like, that's what shows your position on it. Right? He chose to go into that direction. He wasn't looking at individual SS soldiers and then having to choose which one of them was more evil. He wasn't asked to comment on 2 different examples of SS soldiers to say one of them was more evil than the other. He was asked about the goddamn organization itself. There's one answer you give in that situation that is condemning the entire organization. That's that. Who for the Ukrainians in 1941 was more understandable the evil of the USSR than Nazis? In 1941, Nazis behaved differently than in 1942. I think they were still quite obvious about the intention to absolutely destroy people they saw as beneath them, which was pretty much everyone in the Soviet Union. I'm pretty sure they were rather obvious about it in the same way they were rather obvious about the fact that they saw Croats as people who didn't even have enough intelligence to be doing the paperwork for them. It's like you're choosing to side with evil. You're making the choice of siding with evil might be understandable. It might be something that we can analyze as choosing the lesser evil, but realistically, you're still siding with the evil. You're still siding with the fucking Nazis, right? In the same way, for example, that you can condemn people for siding with Soviets at the time. We had Soviets going through Yugoslav lands, liberating us from the Nazis. And they did liberate us from the Nazis. And what they also did was they fucking raped our women and they killed our people on the street and they stole everything they could have been stealing, right? And at the time, Stalin was laughing about it. He was like, ha ha ha, very funny, very funny. The young men from my military going around and raping your women. I think this is the funniest shit ever. And you did have people still seeing them as heroes. And then you can understand why they were seen as heroes, because they were liberating us from the Nazis. So of course they are seen as heroes. At the same fucking time, were they not evil in our lands? They were fucking evil in our lands. We had every right to be spitting on them after the war, and that was the proper decision that Tito made, which was one of the decisions why he was what he was loved for. He was spitting on them after it. He never rebuilt the relationship with Soviet Union after our lands got liberated by them. We did need their assistance for a while, and then we were like, hey, you pieces of shit. We remember what you did. We remember what you did here. We're not going to try to trade with you to build you into a civilization. We're not going to communicate with you in any sort of a way. Like, fuck off. Yeah, like you choose to look at individuals, you're choosing to put yourself in the position of sympathizing with Nazis. That's a choice he made unnecessarily, right? That's a choice he made himself. Liberation Day? Wait, if it was a conversation here, I probably didn't see it because I skipped a lot of messages recently. Could be that. Could be that. But you don't need to look at individuals. Yeah, you don't need to look at individuals. If I ask you if were Nazis bad, and your answer is not yes, but your answer is like, some of them were. That's showing the allegiance. That's showing the allegiance already. Like, he deserved to lose every bit of political support after it. It's showing the allegiance. He chose to put the conversation in that direction. He wasn't asked about specific individuals. He was asked about Nazis themselves. SS people in Netherlands were the most fanatical ones of the followers of that traitor fascist party we had. Oh man. Oh man. Europe? There were many military schools in Ukraine where German studies. You sold goods to Germany en masse. Talking about the world, you had typical citizen at the time. In the First World War, there were many propaganda fakes. In the Second World War, they treated it more simply and more cautiously. Was more understandable the evil of the USSR or the Nazis. Oh, that. Could see that. But you know what also I think? You know what also I think though is this? It's an interesting perspective on that too. I feel it's like in today's day and age, you do have the hindsight. So the way you choose to talk about it from today's perspective, inherently, it's not the same as someone at the time would have chosen to talk about it. So not being able to accept the evil that your country sided with and to acknowledge it as a mistake, I feel is still like a horrible thing, right? Like at the time you can be like, oh, people at the time didn't know. And sure, it makes excuses for the individuals. People at the time didn't know. People at the time had no idea what was going on. Sure. But now you have the hindsight. You have the hindsight and you know your country was siding with Nazis. Right? You got the hindsight, and for you to not be able to say, yeah, our people sided with Nazis, with fucking Nazis. That was stupid as fuck because Nazis wanted to destroy us. That was a dumbass fucking decision. You got the hindsight. I feel you should be able to have the ability to acknowledge that, hey, we made a stupid ass fucking decision. Sure, we can talk about why we made this decision, and if we go into a deeper conversation about this, absolutely making certain observations, like the fact that certain people were forced into it, that's when it makes sense. But from the very shallow point of view, which is what our German dude was put into, are you able to say that this was a bad thing? You should be able to say, yeah, siding with Nazis was a bad fucking thing. And especially, again, if you're a Slav, I think you understand that it's basically siding with people who want to genocide you. It's siding with the people who want you wiped out because they see you as a waste of life on this earth. Like, sure, of course, some people at the time when Nazis were roaming around, some of them didn't know, and some of them were victims of propaganda. Sure, absolutely. But like, you should still be able to acknowledge why siding with the Nazis was a bad fucking decision. North Korea, oh shit, I saw it. They sent like balloons with manure, just all over it. That actually has me thinking, what happens? Hypothetically, Russia sends balloons carrying poop over a NATO member state and just drops them randomly in the street. Like, what's that? What's that? What's that? That's nothing? What do you do then? You do nothing, right? It's such a stupid thing they did, and it sounds so funny when you read the news about it. And then you're like, bro, you could actually like do this? I feel like, what would anyone even respond? Because responding to it properly is almost impossible. Like, it's either you're going to respond too strongly or you're not going to respond. Or you're going to do the same thing, which is somehow the worst option out of the three. It's a genius way to do warfare. It's a genius fucking way to do warfare. I just send balloons carrying shit and I drop it randomly all over your country. Am I gonna do it again? You don't know. You don't know. Oh, can you paint your house right now? What if I send cow shit and it just destroys your walls completely and they look disgusting again? You're gonna buy a new car? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure you dare to be driving on these roads? I don't know. Maybe a poop balloon from Croatia could be coming there any day. What a genius way to do psychological warfare. I swear to God, I'd fucking do that. If I was a country leader, I would fucking do that. We didn't finish our quiz. We have to go to our quiz. Wait, where was I? Races are not that bad once you get to know them. Some of them are just good people, you know. I feel some of them are just good people and they didn't know any better. And they got into this organization without knowing any better. So I feel if an interviewer asks me, hey, what do you think about ISIS? I feel I'm going to be like, oh, I don't really know. Like, it has good and bad people both, you know? ISIS has good and bad people both, yeah. Well, I saw something about Russians, spitting on Russians, and I was like, I want to do that, and then I skipped it. Russians still deny they had the same ratio of collaborators as the rest USSR per capita on occupied territory. No, they... Oh, pieces of shit. It was... I saw a Ukrainian make a comment on this, how fucking unfair it is that when people talk about the fight against Nazism in Europe, it said Russia fought Nazis off. Like, you even hear it today. Who fought off the Nazis? It was Russia. It was Russia. It was Russia that fought off Nazis. It was a Russia that was. Sometimes they acknowledge it was given outside support, but it's usually Russia that fought off Nazis, right? It's not the Soviet Union. It's Russia. But when there's conversations about which country collaborated with Nazis, it's the Soviet Union. You never pick specifically Russia out of it. It's always, oh, it's the Soviet Union that cooperated with Nazis, not Russia, not Russia. But Russia itself fought the Nazis, not the Soviet Union, right? And in the same way, when it's talked about collaborators, it's, oh, Soviet Union had some collaborators. Soviet Union had them, and then they will mention collaborators from every single republic, but not Russian ones, because the Russian collaborators don't count, because Russia is the country that fought off the Nazis, not the Soviet Union, but Russia. Just, if you're asked to denounce criminal organizations responsible for war crimes, and you opt out for making a differentiation with individuals who weren't representative of said organizations or had no influence in it, you're most likely doing it to muddy the waters or to allow for other people to muddy the waters. You're relativizing the organization. That's what a dog whistle is. Yeah. Like, you know what you're doing. You know what you're doing, and he knows what he was doing too. So yeah. You know, it's genuinely like people talk about Ustaše in Croatia here, and the second you hear someone go, oh yeah, well, Ustaše did side with Nazis, but a lot of them did work with Nazis because they wanted Croatia to have their own state. It's balls deep immediately. Tell me your opinion on the camps that Ustaše had in World War II. What you think about Jasenovac? Just like one question. What do you think about Jasenovac? Give me the approximate number of victims they had. Because you know the fuckers are going to say, oh yeah, there were a lot of victims of Jasenovac, but a lot of them were Croats actually. It's often misinterpreted. Because what they try to do is they try to delete the genocidal intent behind Ustaše. So what they try to do is pretend that Ustaše did not try to genocide Serbs. What they will instead be like is, no, there was a lot of Croats killed there, so obviously they were not genocidal, obviously they were just killing. It's like when people go, oh yeah, well there were a lot of Jews killed in the concentration camps, but there were also Germans. There were also Germans, so you know, were they really like genocidal at all, or was it just the killing as you see during the war? Oh, I don't know. Ukraine had the most casualties within the USSR. That too, like fucking statistically. And then we were like, oh, yeah, Russia was fighting the Nazis. Oh, Russia by itself. Just dumbassery, all of it. European leaders' approval rating. Zelensky. Vucic 7, Putin 6. Supportive. Fully supportive of Putin being at 6. Erdogan being at 72. I understand this though. I see it. It's my Albanians. I can see that. Zelensky being better than Erdogan. Albanians know what it feels like to be a victim of another state attempting to genocide a huge fucking part of your population, all right? Because Albanians felt the pain of Kosovars very, very strongly during the wars in Yugoslavia. So yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. I'm very happy to see that they understand what's going on. Ukraine confirmed Ottoman Empire successor. Yeah. Fuck yeah. I feel they should immediately have a historic claim to all the lands of the Ottoman Empire. I feel it should be right. I feel it should be correct. Collaborative. I dropped my fake bottle cap. Collaborative entity on the territory of that existed in 1941-43, which fought against Soviet partisans and subversive groups of the NKVD on the side of Nazi Germany. Oh man. whole... A republic. Autonomous region. A whole government?
1,337 redeemed change the flag. You still do this? Neutral Morsnet.
What? Wait, first what? But also second what? An entire fucking republic? Wait, what? A small Belgian Prussian condominium, in Western Europe that existed from 1816 to 1921 and was administered jointly by the United Kingdom of Netherlands. It was annexed by Germany during the First World War, although the Allies did not recognize the annexation. The armistice forced Germany to withdraw from Belgium and neutral Moresnet. The hell is that? I hear the Treaty of Versailles awarded it to Belgium when the territory was annexed by Belgium to become municipality of Kelmis, and then it was annexed by Germany again, and then it was returned to Belgium again. Oh my man, imagine being that. Oh, imagine having the most fun ever, just constantly changing flags, constantly changing the country that you are supposed to be allied with. Holy shit. That's a Yugoslavia once again. Some of our borders are still not set up. I fully understand you, little tiny country. I'm so sorry for you. Let me fix this, by the way. Smuggler's Haven. Oh damn, exactly like Yugoslavia. I feel so much with that little country. I feel so much with it. It's like that fun fact that it was actually us who brought the illegal weapons to Sweden, making Sweden the criminal hellhole that it is today. It didn't have so many criminals. It didn't have so many how do they call it, vulnerable areas. It didn't have so many alternative societies until the Yugoslavs came, and the Yugoslavs were like, you know what? We got a lot of illegal weapons that we can't be storing in Yugoslavia anymore. We should be storing them in Sweden instead. So we did. This great Sultan Zelensky. Fuck yeah. By the way, my test. I need to finish my test. They completely kicked me out of the test because I wasn't solving it for such a long time, alright? So we will be solving it now, and then I will be having to leave, alright? They completely fucking kicked me out. Good thing I only solved 2 questions. Maybe good thing, maybe bad thing. I'm not sure if that says anything. I'm not sure if that's a positive or negative. Prices, I don't give a shit. Religious education should be conducted in parish offices, not in public schools. I mentioned this to you, and I don't know how this is done in your Western lands, but yeah, one of the big conversations in Croatia that a lot of voters are going to be basing their votes on is whether or not religious education should be held in schools as part of regular curriculum, or if it should only be held in churches and the classes should be held by the priest. So I don't know. I don't know. It's the Croatian one. I wanted to go specifically through Croatian issues, so I know what the Croatian issues are, because there's a lot of things here that are specific to Croatia, and I think our worries are a little bit different than the worries of some other countries. But basically, I kind of want to go and finish the questionnaire. Oh wait, look, really? Yeah, we could have made it that, actually. Nice. What did I want to say? I forgot. I would love to be doing the quizzes on a lot of European countries, so I know what issues you all have. Because I feel it's interesting. I genuinely feel it's interesting. Like, I feel a lot of Croatian ones is specific to Croatia. We didn't see them in the quiz yesterday at all, right? So it's kind of cool. kind of cool to know what the society focuses on in specific areas. It's a Dutch website. Thank you, Dutchies. Thank you, Dutchies. Education is not a European affair. It has to be. Has to be. Has to be. Moresnet quiz. Find it. Find their representatives in the parliament, and I'm going to look into it. But yeah, I actually agree with this because I had shit time at religious classes, and I'm like, yeah, I want them to be held outside of the school because I feel we would have less kids going to them, and I genuinely feel they're actively making kids dumber. I hate them. At one point we had to be solving a quiz, and one of the questions was to describe how we would solve the problem of more people being gay and more people falling to the illness of being gay. It was illness was the word that they used. Like if you are sick, like if you have a flu or something, that is how they described being gay. And then it was like, what would you do about it? And then people were like, you know, little kids going, oh yeah, I would pray for them and I would tell them that Jesus loves them and that they should stop partaking in this sin only to make him angry, because they're not making him angry. He loves them anyways. It just hurts him, really, you know. He's just really sad. Yeah. I have a gay friend. He's cool. He's cool. I had a she goes as if she died. She didn't die. I lost contact with her later. But a first lesbian friend that I met, she was actually like one of the coolest people I know, and I think she strongly formed my view of it, because before that I used to be kinda, you know how you're a kid and you follow whatever your parents think, and your parents sometimes don't think the best things. Your parents sometimes aren't really enlightened. I had that experience. And then I met this girl and we were really, really close friends. And then I learned she's a lesbian, racist, like way later. And I was like, oh, all right. Like, it doesn't change my opinion of her at all right now, because I already thought she was great. So this is just like a relatively irrelevant fact for me to know, but it does form my opinion of lesbians overall and gay people overall, to be like, oh damn, my parents are having way more negative opinions of these people than I am having, because she's just normal and she's also really, really cool. How could you be hateful of people like her? Like, she's genuinely really cool. And I feel she genuinely like affected me in a very, very positive way. And that, yeah, after that I never had any sort of prejudice at all existing, to be honest. I feel I was really, really lucky to go through that, to not have to, like, by myself detangle the problematic views that my parents had. HBO series, everyone has talking. I feel for most people existing in society, normally you're going to meet people with a lot of different sexualities and people from a lot of different backgrounds and different races and everything. And I feel most people who exist in society normally are going to have normal views when it comes to that. It's really a problem when it comes to really closed, tiny societies. Like, for example, this is a very Christian village. So it's really hard for people who never go outside of the village to be having interactions with people who don't fit the circle, right? So then it's easy for them to be like, oh, gay people are horrible and they have sex on the street all of the time and we should never allow them to be existing near kids. It's easy for them to say that because they've never met a gay person, or a gay person that was allowed to be open about being gay in front of them. So it's easy for them to imagine these stereotypes because, like, you never spoke to a gay person. You never viewed them as people. You see them as the others. It's like incels when they talk about women. And it's like, oh yeah, well, women go around and they seek a man who is 6'5" and he has $1 billion and he has to look like a Chad, right? And he has to have a humongous cock, and then women will go and have sex with him, and then immediately their radar is going to turn on and they will seek the next man who has a humongous cock and who is 6'5" and has $1 billion. And they will do this all throughout their early 20s, and then they reach 25 and then they want a beta cock male who is going to be fathering children. And these women are going to now be giving birth to all the Chad's children, of course, right? And it's very easy to like create this view of women because you don't know any women, you don't speak to any women, you go to incel forums where you speak to other incels who believe in this view of women. Sure, you're gonna be stupid. If you went outside and met a woman, your view would be easily changed, but you will not. So, good. What do you even do about that? Nothing really. Let them rot. Croatia needs to enable greater acceptance of people seeking asylum. I want to say yes, but also I don't think anyone's seeking asylum in Croatia. I feel this is a non-issue. I feel this is a non-political issue. Who the fuck is like, I want to go inside European Union to seek an asylum. I'm gonna go to fucking Croatia. Croatia, out of all places, it's the best country to do this in. Why anything else? It's in the perfect, peaceful, amazing lands of Balkan. It has the incredible high wages of Eastern Europe overall, the famously low corruption rate. Beautiful, beautiful. Where am I seeking an asylum? In fucking Croatia. Just incredible. I'm gonna say, yeah, we should be allowing them, but I don't think anyone wants to go here. They use us as a transit country. No one really gives a shit about Croatia. Incel streamer, there's one. Jumped in, said I support first and second wave feminism. They want rabbit. Do you want to elaborate? Do you want to elaborate? Draco, why do you support first wave feminism? Wait, why would he... Wait, how does it go? Shit, I don't know this. I'm stupid on this. I'm stupidly uneducated on this. Right now, this is like, what, third wave of feminism? Am I correct on that? Is this like the third wave and they're bitching about... Oh, it's fourth or fifth. Oh, shit. I'm strongly uneducated on this. Fourth, at least. Because isn't it usually the idea that like the first ones were right because they were granting women more power? So that's like acceptable levels of feminism. But then now women want to have more power than men in this last wave of feminism. So like these last ones are unacceptable by the incels because the last ones are making women better than men. Whereas until now women just wanted to be women. Is that... I'm finishing the quiz. I'm learning about feminism. What do you mean, please finish the quiz? Do you know about feminism? You don't. You have to take every opportunity to learn. Yeah, it comes in way. It's like, I think it's a way for people to be like, yeah, I was okay with women getting voting rights, but like them being able to report their husband after he rapes them, I feel that's going way too far, you know. I feel that's going a bit, not really allowing that. We don't want to allow that. Like, should they be allowed to have their own bank account? Sure, I'm okay with that feminism. Bank account for women, that's good. That's good. But like pads and tampons being given to women for free, that's too much. That's going way too far. I don't know what's the third. I don't know what's any. I don't know what's any wave of feminism. I see it all as feminism. Really, I don't know. I don't know what this is. Purchase of new Rafale military fighter jets was an unnecessary expense. Listen, this is. I love this question. I strongly disagree with this, by the way. I'm gonna go for strongly disagree because I want us to have a strong military, and I feel anything we have is really, really good. Could this money be used to buy something else? Then we could then donate to Ukraine and make a bigger change in the geopolitical situation. Sure, but still, you know, There's a danger of Westerners betraying Ukraine and then Russia coming way too close to us. And if Russia comes really close, then Serbia is coming into our cities again. And I don't think anyone wants to see a war. So we really should be very, very strong. Yeah, we bought some old Rafale from France. We had a whole ceremony when they arrived in Croatia. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. I strongly supported it. But it's mostly a thing that there's a lot of people who disagree with this. There are also people who support the idea of we will have peace in the world if we just hug it out. Like, a strong military should not be a thing we have, because if you have a strong military, that means you are able to fight. And if you are able to fight, that means someone's going to attack you. So what you need to do is make yourself small and make yourself weak so no one attacks you. That is how you get peace. No one attacks you, and then everyone is peaceful, and we can all hide, around and, I don't know, smoke weed or whatever the fuck these hippies want to do. Basically, the expense was more than necessary, and I'm very happy that we did it. We would not go bankrupt. Leave us alone. Banks should pay a special tax because of their extra profits. I don't really give a shit about this. I'm strongly social issues, military issues type of a person. When it comes to economy, I'm leaving that to smarter people. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Smallest, weakest nations always lasted the longest. They indeed did. It is a known fact that the only reason why Serbia attacked Croatia in 1990s is because Croatia could defend itself. If we were unable to defend ourselves, the war wouldn't be lasting that long at all, So, these are not supposed to be European issues. They're supposed to be Croatian issues, because Croatian issues are more important. Abortion should be available free of charge in every public hospital. Yeah, we're having debates over this because we're having... Have I shown you guys our new thing? Not a new thing. It started last year or the year before that. It's men who kneel in public squares in our capital city, and they pray so women stop wearing revealing clothing. There's just a bunch of dudes here, and they're praying that women stop wearing revealing clothing. So this is why the conversations about women's rights and abortion right and everything is really prominent in Croatia right now, and why it's going to be a big thing in parties trying to get you to vote for their European Parliament representatives. It's because this is a very, very big thing in Croatia right now. What are they going to do about abortion or education in Croatia? In Croatia, not really much, but it is how the parties are going to get votes, by pretending to care about these issues specifically. That's what we do. Incentives for farmers. I wanna say eh. I want to say eh. I feel they're getting a lot. I feel they're getting a lot. They're getting enough. They should be better used and with better regulations, but they don't need any more cash money. They're living like lords already. Fuck that. May I ask women to not stop wearing revealing clothes, please? If you were in Croatia, they would pray for you in the street right now. How do you feel about that? Threatened, I hope. Croatian MEPs will be clueless morons that have zero European ideas. Actually, so far we have some good candidates. I do want to go through the list of Croatian candidates specifically. I found a list of Irish candidates specifically on the issue of Ukraine. And I do want us to go on one stream through the list of Croatian candidates. I strongly agree with this. Those who provide journalists with details of corruption investigations must not be prosecuted. Yeah, fair. I agree. But yeah, some of them are good candidates, but voting in Croatia, voting is going to happen because of the party that an MEP is affiliated with, and not with the changes that a specific MEP wants to do in European Union overall. right? Croatian MEP will send abortion laws to Ukraine. You never know. You never know. Ireland, they have Mick Wallace. Mick Wallace, who is quite likely to get another term. Claire apparently isn't. But I keep on hearing different shit from the Irish. I don't know at this point, because some people are like, oh no, Mick Wallace is definitely getting a spot because he has a lot of support, and Claire Daly is going to lose. Introduce on the property of the richest 1%. Yes. And then there's other Irish people who are like, no, Mick Wallace actually, he has a lot more competition. So it's less likely that he is going into the European Parliament. But Claire Daly, while she does have less competition, well, she does have less support, she also has less competition. So there's a bigger chance that she gets another term, right? I don't know. I have no idea. I hope none of them go. I hope both of them lose. It's like that meme of like two retards fighting, and you hope both of them lose, and no one goes to the European Parliament, and they don't get a single cent, but they will. Some of them will. In the worst case scenario, both of them will go there, and you know they're going to be insufferable. You know the second any sort of conversation is started, either on the Russian invasion on Ukraine or on what's happening between Israel and Palestine, you know these two are going to bring out a buckload of shit and just gobble it up. It's going to be insufferable. All students should attend civic education classes. This is a conversation we keep on having because in Yugoslavia, old people had civic education classes and they liked them, and now they want to bring them back. Because I'm not even against it. It's just, yeah, I need you to understand why this is a big thing. It's because old people liked it in Yugoslavia. And now they want it back. They had a whole thing. My mother often talks about how they had a whole thing in Yugoslavia. They were learning how to fire from like actual guns, just in case you need it. Just in case in the future it's needed, you would know. I'm not against it. It's a topic that old people will push into any sort of political topic, you know? Law on examining the origin of property should be reinstated, could say that. Mandatory military service must be restored. The same thing, but like in the West, so I'm gonna say I disagree. Same shit, old people trying to push it, but like from a whole different direction, which is we got fucked in the ass by people who were, you know, supposed to be our leaders during the mandatory military service, so younger generations should have that too. Lots of old men going, well, I was yelled at and I would cry from the pressure. I was yelled at. I was forced to eat disgusting food for years. I cannot see a chicken wing without having a panic attack at this point. And if I was forced to endure that, so should every single young man, because that is how they will become men. So I'm actually like neutral. I'm gonna say I disagree. I would be GG with it for like both men and women, but at the same time, I don't know if there's any sort of utility in it really. I think a really good argument was brought into the stream last time we talked about this, which was like, why waste the money, especially like if you're in the position that Croatia is in and you're not really in immediate danger? Would it really make sense to rehold the whole fucking system to prepare your own civilians to be battling in case they get invaded when you're in a relatively safe position, really? You're in a relatively safe position. Like, if shit starts, it's very unlikely shit is gonna start where you are, you know? Do you really need to put all of this money into that when you can improve your defenses much better in other ways? And yeah, I see it. I really see it. It would be really expensive and really complicated to change the way our entire system operates right now, because we have paid military service. We would need to get rid of that if we want to introduce mandatory military service. There's already people who are like strongly against the whole thing. I don't know. Hey, Yasai, how are you doing? Yugoslavian war would have been a laughing stock if people wouldn't have been able to shoot. To be fair, the idea was like the civilians should be able to shoot. So in case an invasion happens, everyone is able to fight. But yeah, it did create a situation where you had civilians from both sides able to shoot, which just really created more bullets in the air. But you know, to be fair, when we were preparing for this, we were preparing for something like Germans invading us, right? Because it's always Germans, the bad guys. We were preparing for some shit like that. It was like, oh yeah, our civilians need to know how to fight. So if Germany wants to destroy Yugoslavia, we are able to defend ourselves. We weren't really preparing ourselves to have an inter-federation war, really. That changed the situation quite a lot. Small one-year conscription, put these people into the reserves, or that? Or that? Just like, but it isn't that, I feel we have that already. Because what we have the professional army, right? Right now. And then at the age of 18, every dude just signs up to be put into the reserves. I'm pretty sure that it's just like, you just go and sign. I know you just go and sign, and that's that, you know? Like, it's not like you have to do any sort of mandatory training or whatever. So I feel we already have that. It is necessary to introduce the maximum salary. Oh, this is a question. I saw this question on the list, and I was like, I don't know who's raising this question. I don't know who raised this question. I don't know which political party is fighting for this question. I almost want to say yes, because I'm like, yeah, this would actually be cool. But I don't know. I don't know who's saying this. I don't know who's saying this. I'm gonna go neutral. They got rid of their professional army in 2022 and replaced it with conscripts. To be fair, that is because the professional army has been killed. So, no, I feel like they needed to like keep introducing new forces in, because you don't really have the pros anymore, because you wasted the pros doing really, really stupid attacks around. But yeah. It is necessary to punish perpetrators of domestic violence more strongly, yes. A real estate tax should be introduced. That's the one we talked about taxing properties more if you have more than one, right? I want to say, yeah. Doctors who work in state hospitals may not work in private clinics at the same time. This is the abortion one. I agree with this, but I agree with this because I think we should abolish the law for refusing to do procedures out of moral reasons, moral or religious reasons. I think if we abolish that, then I wouldn't care that much about them working in state and private hospitals, state hospitals and private clinics. But as long as we have a law that they are able to refuse to do procedures, what you have is them refusing to do abortions, for example, in the state hospital, and then they do the same abortion in the private clinic just for a lot more money. So for now, as long as we have the shit law, I agree with that. Starsky would say Russian professional army is improved. I mean, they do have a lot of them. They do have a lot of them. And then a lot of them are getting... To be fair, now the training is even like acceptable. As far as I understand, the days of Russians having an absolutely stupid, uneducated, untrained fighting force, these days are over. They figured out that they got into a real shitty situation for themselves. So... the training they're giving their forces actually does make them rather dangerous. It has been that way for quite a long while. I think we just haven't really gotten over the meme of them being really, really stupid. But yeah. Now, the way they have improved, Police should have the right to return across the border anyone who tries to enter Croatia without documents. Oh, I can see that. The police should have the right to return across the border anyone who tries to enter Croatia without documents. In my head, it's just like the Serbs want to enter without documents. But it wouldn't be the Serbs. They probably were not targeting the Serbs with this. In my head, though, I'm like, why would they enter without documents? They can just easily get a passport. Do they not have the passport? Maybe making the passport is too hard. Can Serbs enter Croatia with just the identity card? Who the hell knows? I'd be like, yeah, we should be able to kick them out. Yeah, don't underestimate the Russian army. I will never forget the conversation between Thompson and Anastasia, in which Thompson was talking about how Russians are absolutely fucking stupid. Just absolutely fucking stupid, right? And Anastasia was like, yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but like, they're like actually dangerous, and constantly commenting on them as if they are these idiotic examples of a person. Like, I understand what you're doing, but you're like lessening the actual danger of them, right? It makes people think that it should be rather easy to defeat them as long as they are so stupid to basically impale them on bullets themselves. And I think that's like the first time I had a really, really strong, how do we say that? A really strong difference pointed out between a person who actually works at the front line and a person who does not. Because like the meme about Russians being really, really stupid, it's a funny meme. It's a funny meme. I will never fight against it. I'll never go, oh, they're not actually stupid. I'll never be against the meme. But I hope you understand that the danger is very fucking real, right? I hope you understand that the danger is really real, and they actually are learning how to organize the military and how to fight against, the new shit that we are giving to Ukraine. It's not like they're too stupid to know what a tank is. They just run in front of it. It's funny to mock them for it. But come on, let's be realistic about this. What if they're asylum seekers? I feel asylum seekers should be placed in arrival centers where they should be waiting for the approval of their asylum seeking application. I don't know if, I don't know how much documentation you would need in order to even be able to apply for an asylum. Like, what if you don't have any fucking documents and you're trying to get into an arrival center, but you still just need to let the police know what's happening, right? Let the police know what's happening, and that's that. And when they talk about not allowing people into the country without documents, they usually talk about people trying to cross over illegally instead of making the police at the border checkout know what's going on and what the situation is, and they would like to apply for an asylum. Or are we thinking that we refuse even the asylum seekers? Because I was not thinking of refusing the asylum seekers, because they wouldn't try to. I imagine trying to discourage people from entering illegally would be a good step. So creating more arrival centers so they can have a faster time getting admitted at the arrival centers and getting all their information in it, and then getting the information about whether or not they are given an asylum. But I don't really see it as an illegal crossing. Their leadership is rigid, barely non-commissioned officers, but they have lots and lots. It's like a game of tower defense. Yeah, that sucks. Just Mexican side is littered with documents that asylum seekers ditch before entering the US because they can make it more difficult for getting the asylum approved. But I still don't see it as the same. I feel you should not be able to turn away a person who is letting you know that they want to seek an asylum in your country. I feel you should be granting them access to an arrival center where their information should be processed. But I feel if they try to enter illegally, I feel at that point you should be having the right to turn them away. State investments in military should be significantly increased. I agree with this. Income tax should be abolished to relieve the burden on wages. I disagree with that. Parents should be able to decide independently whether their child will attend sex and health education classes. I disagree with this because I feel every child should attend sex and health education classes regardless. So I don't think it should be a choice you make as a parent. You don't make a choice if your kid's gonna go learn mathematics or whatever. You shouldn't be making a choice no matter the kid goes to attend sex and health education classes. They should be going to do it. If you can't process the information, it means they get years of processing. If they have the info, it might only take months. That's true, but then it's like, is it moral, but should we be striving towards a future where we don't allow people to get an asylum in our country, even if they are asking for it, just because their documents got shredded and they have no access to them and they had to leave their home or whatever the fuck, right? Should we be striving for a country that turns them away so they have nowhere to go, really? Or should we be striving towards a country that, regardless of this, tries to help these people the best they can? And yeah, I'm feeling we should try to help them the best we could be helping them. I feel that would be the sort of policies that I would be okay with. Like, you should not be allowed to turn them away if they want to seek an asylum, regardless of the fact that the process of them being approved for an asylum or turned away could take years. Strongly agree. It is necessary to abolish the minimum wage because, nah, bullshit. Cultivation of marijuana for personal use should be allowed. Yeah. It is necessary to send the army to the border to prevent illegal migration. I feel the police force can do this just well. I don't think we're so threatened to need an army. Social benefits should be reduced and limited because many social welfare users are actually deceiving the state in this way. I disagree with that. Introduction of a law on the Croatian language is harmful to freedom of speech and expression. I disagree with that too. Nice! Yeah, sure. Wait. Let me give you the link. Am I giving you just like the link to the results? I'm gonna give you a link to this, and then if it's not a proper link, freely just go to the start. It's in Croatian. I just put it on translator for the stream, but it's in Croatian. Very likely yes. Socijaldemokrati ano. SDP ne. Most nja. DP nja. Možemo. All right. Center. The fuck is that? HNS. I don't know what they do. Radnička fronta sounds communist. Oh! Wait. HDZ is left conservative? Center-right? Our center-right party is left conservative, actually? Možemo. Look at Možemo being there. Whoa, wait, that is cool. Left conservative. Who did you vote for? Fuck off, I want to read. Nice. Liberal? I think they usually do it like this, don't they? Like lib. Or is like a conservative up? I think conservatives are down and progressives are always up. Not progressives, libs, right? Isn't it? How does it usually go? I don't even know. Mando! Well, it's like different issues. Demography and migration. I'm a lib. I'm softly a lib. I'm softly a lib. And then most is our far-right party. Genuinely far-right. Fuck most. So it makes sense they're like bottom. Civil rights and freedoms. Alright. Alright. Lib. Economy and finance. Left. Education. Lib, fair, security, foreign policy. Oh, look at me being conservative on this. Look at me being conservative. Progressives are down. Damn, did I mess it up? I never know. I always read. Always read. Healthcare. Top. Way. Wait, I wonder if they have... What do the political parties say? Where's Ukraine? Here it is. Strongly agree. Russia's victory or defeat in that war depends, along with Ukraine's persistence, solely on the West's willingness to help Ukraine. This is the test of our generation. We will continue to provide all the necessary help and support to friendly Ukraine and convey the unique experiences of the homeland war. Hey, nice! We express our full solidarity with Ukraine and will demand continued support. What is there? All 18 representatives strongly, unequivocally support the need to help Ukraine, both humanitarian and military. Based? What do we have? I strongly disagree. No one? RFD, the communist-sounding ones are disagreeing. We support condemnation of Russian aggression against Ukraine and support for Ukraine. Our main concern should be the population of Ukraine, the ceasefire and the protection of civilians from suffering and death. Croatia must be ready to offer humanitarian aid. Oh great, oh great. So like we should help Ukraine by saving their people once they already are the victims of Russian aggression and occupation of their lands. But we shouldn't really help them stop Russia from occupying their lands, basically. That's a different issue, just completely different. We condemn those who use the conflict in Ukraine as an excuse for the militarization of Croatia. Oh, well, actually, I wonder, Most has no opinion. DP is neutral. They are for helping Ukraine, but not in this risky way. All right. All right, all right. Not in this risky way, he goes. We must show solidarity within our capacities. Oh man. Oh man, oh man, oh man. All right, fa. Refa. Radnička fronta. Left-wingers. Left-wingers. Oh, anti-capitalism. Of course. Of course. Broad anti-capitalist front dedicated to a radical change in political and economic relations in favor of all the oppressed and those who live by their labor. Favor of all the oppressed, but not people who are currently suffering under an invasion onto their homes. Not those oppressed. Fuck those oppressed. But, you know, everyone else, maybe. Some of them, maybe the ones we agree with politically. Great, fucking great. At the center of the mission is providing a critique of the capitalist system and in cooperation with other parties and platforms of a similar worldview, implementing radical reforms of the system in favor of the majority. Great. Incredible. Yeah, I keep seeing Rufa and I keep on thinking it's the Russian Federation. Appearance of the Workers' Front was evaluated as a refreshment on the Croatian political scene and as the creation of a left that practically did not exist on that scene until then, which means that our left was actually quite alright until 2014. Oh. They organized a great traitor protest where over 1,000 protesters gathered. The resignation of the entire government was demanded, and extreme nationalism and anti-fascism were clearly alluded to. Coalition with the New Left. Oh, Pejovic! Oh my man. They protested against the commemoration in Bleiburg using the banner Ustasha and Chetnik's fights together. Oh, alright. So they are against people who are trying to do the whole not all Ustashev bad thing, which makes sense actually. I can see that. Presidential elections, proper. Statement of the RF candidate who concluded that all savings in bank account exceeding 700,000 kunas, which is less than 100,000 euros, should be redistributed. So if you have a bank savings account with more than 100,000 euros, this money should be redistributed. Coalition parties have distanced themselves from the statement, claiming that there are members who think differently, but that is not the position of the majority. I think that's a funny idea, actually. I love the idea of them being politicians and trying to get allies in politics, because by themselves they will never get the majority. So you try to get allies in politics, you try to find other people who want to be working with you, but you want to basically redistribute all of their savings. Because politicians are among the richest people in Croatia. When we talk about our corruption, it's mostly politicians, my dude. You're not really gonna find a lot of allies when you're like, hey, side with me, sit on my side, and I'm going to take away your savings and give them to the state. You should be okay with this. You should be fine with that. That sounds really, really cool. Bro, that's a fucking failure. Why would you say it out loud? At least get some sort of power in politics and then do it without them, being able to say anything. But like, you're seeking out coalition partners and you just say that, of course you're gonna lose your coalition partners, you dumbass. Just ridiculous. Wait, do we have? Where did we have this? This, and then source of the statement. Was it actually published by them? Oh, my man. This says why we are holding back on the issue of the declaration of Ukraine. We condemn militarization. We condemn those who use conflicts in Ukraine as an excuse. Conflicts. Oh yeah, conflicts. Like more. As an excuse for the militarization of Croatia. We will continue to oppose armaments and high allocations from the budget of military equipment, and according to the instructions of NATO, which warned us that we spend too little on equipment and too much on personnel, which is why we raised defense allocations to over 2% in the corona year of GDP. NATO in Ukraine and in general is part of the problem, not the solution. The most Croatia can do for security in Europe is to strive for a peaceful resolution of disagreement. Dude. Declaration on Ukraine does not contribute to calming the conflict, but rather amnesties American and NATO policies, calls for Ukraine to enter the NATO alliance, which concentrates weapons on the borders with Russia, even though this is contrary to the agreements. Oh shit! Man! Call for solidarity with all political organizations and movements in Ukraine, Russia, and around the world that strive for peace. Man! Oh, that was just stupid. Every single word of this was stupid. Oh, they haven't forgotten Serbia exists. You know what they are? We have people You know the issue of like people in Baltic countries, how they have aliens, which is a Soviet citizen who wants to be a Soviet citizen. Like they don't want to be Russians. They are Russians, but they don't want to be Russians, but they also don't want to be like Estonian, right? Because they don't see themselves as Estonian. They are Russians, but also they don't want to take the Russian citizenship because that would bind them to Russia. So instead what they want to be is Soviet. But Soviet Union is dead and you're not a fucking Soviet. Soviet Union doesn't exist. So this leaves them in a situation where they're a citizen on nothing, right? That's what people like this is. Just it's a Croatian, it's a Yugoslav version. These people are Yugoslavs. These are people who speak Serbo-Croatian. These are people who we talk about brotherhood and unity when they talk about Yugoslavia, and then you mention the fact that, you know, we all got invaded by Serbia, and they're going to be like, oh yeah, well, Serbs were actually victims of propaganda. Serbs actually, fun fact, you know, we were brotherly nations. We had so many cool songs together. Don't you remember our songs and parties? And we eat the same food. Yes, they tried to genocide us, but that wasn't really a true show of our relationship with the Serbs. They were just manipulated. And very often this manipulation is going to be commented on in a way that, for example, America saw Yugoslavia as a threat. So America knowingly manipulated us into fighting each other. There's this very often thing that they say is, who has turned us brothers against each other, right? The idea is that like we were brothers and we are brothers now. And we had this little conflict before. Someone started it. Who started it? Let's look for the enemy. And then it's like, oh, America is the enemy, because of course it's the America being the enemy. And America is the enemy because America saw the economic might of Yugoslavia. And America was like, I have to crush this thing down. I have to destroy this thing. It has to burn to the ground. Fucking America. So us is a threat, right? It's like completely ignoring the years and years of our people fighting to be liberated from Yugoslavia and all the nationalistic movements that started within Yugoslavia that were going on for years before America was in any sort of a way fucking relevant to this part of the world at all. But it completely ignores all of that to claim that America is who started our wars for liberation by deceiving us that we need to be liberated in the first place. So yeah, it has to be USA. It has to be USA. Definitely. I feel if you speak to a person who votes for these idiots, it's definitely going to be an opinion like that. It's going to be, hey, why did Yugoslavia fall apart? Because of USA. USA saw Yugoslavia and USA was like, holy shit, this country is going to be stronger than I will ever be able to be. So what I need to do is destroy it, make them fight each other. The purchase of new Rafale military fighter jets was an unnecessary expense. Of course, the same Communist Party goes, yes, it is unnecessary from the global perspective of the militarization of modern society, where global politics should be guided by other principles. But of course, if we reduce ourselves to the perspective of an immediate threat, then we will conclude that this is not the case. It's a classic prisoner's dilemma. What? What do you mean prisoner's dilemma? Do you know what prisoner's dilemma is? I am not seeing the source of that exact word anywhere here, and there is no fucking way whoever wrote that knows what prisoner's dilemma is, because it's making no sense. Yeah, that makes no fucking sense. What do you mean prisoner's dilemma? No, what do you mean America doesn't know where Yugoslavia is? America made Yugoslavia fall apart. Do you not know that? We were so successful. We were so successful in this country with our very successful tourism and very successful 20 farmers who had more than 40 chickens in their yard. All right, we were so very successful in this, and Montenegrins fucking sleeping all day. We were so successful that America, from across the pond, looked at us and got scared. All right, you're coping. You think they don't know where we are. They knew. They knew all the time. They feared us. When an American went to sleep, he was dreaming about Yugoslavia. When an American woke up, he screamed because he was born into a world where Yugoslavia is holding strong. It was the greatest fear I have ever experienced. Infiltrated the Croats to trick the ABC party to reject the union with Serbia. Oh, and refused to hand over East Province to the Serbs during the negotiations in Moscow because Americans wanted to gain access to the Glub coal mine, which provides 2% of all coal in the Western Balkans. True, actually. Fucking true. Refusing to hand over East Province to the Serbs. My dude. But yeah. Holy shit. When an American goes to sleep, he thinks about shitting in Russian house. Fair, that too. Fair. Possibly. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. Where do I need to go? Wait, let me find the question on like turning people away without documentation. Where was that one? Where? Who disagrees? All right, we don't have parties that disagree with punishing domestic violence perpetrators, but we do have parties that have no opinion, which I feel is quite the same thing. How the fuck do you not have an opinion on that? It's like not having an opinion on whether Nazis are bad. Police should have the right to return across the border anyone who tries to enter Croatia without documents. Oh, I feel it actually was meant. I feel you were correct. It was meant to also count asylum seekers, because I'm seeing that parties that agree is Domovinski Pokret and Most, and these are far-right parties. So, like, if they agree, that means it's a bad thing. If they agree, it definitely means it's possibly not even like without documents, but like without specific documents that we're going to ask people to get and that are impossible to obtain. Yeah, I don't trust these two fuckers. We will strengthen border control if necessary, and by sending the Croatian army to critical points, because we know that our fundamental duty is to provide security to all citizens of Croatia. Obama shat in the staircase is a living meme. Have you seen the meme about people shitting in that French river? Fuck. Macron taking a swim in the river. What ratings? Yeah, he promised to swim. Yeah, I forgot the name of the river. Fuck the river. But basically they've been cleaning it. Oh, here it is. This is what I'm looking for. They're trying to cleaning it, and there's this meme that the river is rather unclean usually, that it's like a horrible place to be taking a little dip in. So Macron was like, no, we're actually cleaning it. And to prove to you that it is clean and that we did a great job, I myself am going to swim in it. So of course the entirety of France was like, great, on the day you're going to swim in it, I'm going to go to that river and take a shit in it. There's a whole like fucking movement. The Twitter part of this is ridiculous. The memes are golden. The memes are delicious. Go to Twitter and find this. Trust the feed. I don't know if I can show you like quite interesting images of shit being flung into the fucking river. I don't know if that's stream friendly, but trust me, it's the funniest shit ever. Whole movement, Facebook groups. They have Facebook groups of people who will go and take a shit in the river. Just the best thing. I love them. It's a very French thing too, isn't it? It's a very French thing. Check this out. In a post on social media, organizers said, on Sunday, June 23rd, we expect many of you to come and take a shit. Fucking great. I love them. I love them so much. Oh, but they have a website. They have a website. They have a whole hashtag. And perfect. What a great nation. And also they supported the right for Ukraine to be striking Russian territory. So who's your ally, my dude? Who's your ally? What is this? 5,000 euros? Actually, maybe I would. I would. I like it. I like it. You like it? I like it. I like it. I think it's cool. If you want to stand out from the grey mass of cars while driving, here's an offer for you. A car that catches everyone's eye. It's in good condition, passed the technical inspection, should work beautifully. The only thing that bothers me is the first BMW seats installed by someone. Currently looking for original good seats. Oh, it's a good looking car, to be fair. It's a good looking car. I'm not... Oh, yeah. Oh, I see it. I see it. I see it. Oh, shit. Oh, this reminds me of my grandpa's old car. Oh, his car was like that. Oh, that reminds me of that shit so much. Reminds me of that. Oh shit! You know what? I bought recently. Only and solely out of nostalgia. Got this one on an auction recently. It's an old kitchen. What the fuck is Vaga scale? It's an old kitchen scale. And the one that my grandpa had, you know how it worked? It has like this little thing, and you basically place it on how much weight you want whatever you're putting on it to have. And then the bottom part like tips depending on whether the amount you put on it is heavier or lighter than the desired amount. So you have to make it balanced, and when it's perfectly balanced, that is when you have hit the exact weight that you want to be hitting. It goes like this. It goes like this, for example, if you have not properly put in the weight, it goes like this, and then you have to make it balance nicely. My grandfather had one like this, and he used it for measuring out the amount of pesticides. Is it pesticides? Like, he called it poisons. The shit that he was using for vineyards. Like when you needed to go and you needed to use some specific shit, it needed to be very precise measurements, so he was using this crap. And then we lost it. I don't know what happened with it, but it's not in the house anymore. And recently I had a chance to buy one just like it, and yeah, I did get it. I got it at the auction, and I'm gonna have that shit. I don't know what I'm gonna be measuring on it, but I'm gonna have it. Much larger, used in hospitals? Bam! That? You know what I'll also never forget though? This. We had this in the village store. Oh, this, perfect. This one. It was this one. It was in the village store, and you could buy, like, I don't know, you wanted a kilo of meat, for example, and then one of these was a kilo, right? So they would put that one on one side of the scale and your meat on the other one. And also, you know, it had to be balanced. If it was balanced, you had a kilo. And it was in the store until very recently, because I remember going to the store while it was still used. So this had to be like in the last, you know, let's say 20 years that it was still existing around. Oh, like, I don't know, it was looking slightly more, I want to say modernish, but also not really. I'm trying to find one that is the exact representation, but who the fuck knows, really? I don't know what device they use to measure weight these days. Probably one of those, like, what's it called? cattle scales, you know, just cattle scales. Like you just go and you like hold to it, and that's how it scales you. That sounds fun. I would love to do that. In 2011, last time I visited the common hospital, the Vivo ones. Weights with 2 plates are accurate enough and good to use. Yeah, I wouldn't mind them being used again. I don't know about the accuracy, to be honest. While they were used, I was way too young to give a shit. So I never really... It wasn't a thing that I was bothered about, you know, like how exact are these things? Who the fuck cares? But now that I look at them, I would love to like have some cooking shit in the kitchen and just to be using that instead of like a modern one. I feel it would be very, very fitting. Yeah, very Soviet patnik, very Soviet patnik. Don't look at that. 5,200 euros. What the fuck, is it full of gas or what? Cars? I feel you can buy a better car in Croatia with 5,000 euros when it comes to like that age. Yeah, my dude, it would be possibly even more expensive. I feel I know a person who would be more than willing to give a fortune for this car. And I also feel she would be able to find the OG seats in the span of half a day. I feel she might even have them like somewhere in her garage. Who the fuck knows? She has everything there. Because there's a woman around and she's just buying old cars, really old cars. And she just like drives them around and that's that. She doesn't... It's not like she's driving them to shows. I know a lot of people buy them and then keep them in garages and then like once per year they take them out to shows and shit like that and then you keep them in the garage the rest of the year. She just buys them to have a lot of really old, really expensive cars and she uses them on a daily basis and that's that. I want to live like that. Also, I have to leave the stream. Listen, tomorrow is Croatian... Something that I will translate in a second. National Day? Yeah, National Day, I guess. Oh yeah, wait, let me go here and then let me switch to English. Statehood Day. Tomorrow is Croatian Statehood Day. I'm actually having a free day from work on tomorrow because it's the Statehood Day. The greatest tragedy has struck Croatia this year. The greatest tragedy struck Croatia because the Croatian Statehood Day and some religious holiday of Christ's body, they fall on the same day. So it's a very incredibly sad thing. 2024 as a year, by the way, I don't know how many of you follow this shit. I don't know how many of you look into this. 2024 is a tragedy for people of Balkans because in 2024 it is almost impossible to have a lot of longer weekends. This is an example of a tragedy where like the Statehood Day falls the same day as the Christian holiday day. So if it was any other year, this was a proper year, we would be having 2 different holidays because they don't usually fall on the same date. Usually you have them in between, so you have 2 free days in this month. No, now you have only 1 because they fall on the same day. This is it's like your birthday and Christmas falling on the same day, all right? That's what we're having. We're crying ourselves to sleep today. And there's like, I think they calculated that there's, 4 longer weekends you can have this year, which is when the holiday falls on like Friday or Monday, so you can actually have 3 days clean off, because otherwise you have to do some calculations to be able to properly connect these. So yeah, very sad day and very sad year for Croats overall. We're not able to be not working as much as we like not working. Celebrating Statehood Day by having lunch in Hungary. What was the name of that man? You're reminding me of a historical figure. You know who Hyderabadi was? You know who this, I feel you two would be friends. I feel you might have gone to school with this man, you old dude. I feel you would have been really, really close friends. I feel you would be hanging out together all the time, like walking around holding hands and shit. Why? Not only are you not celebrating in Croatia, you go and pay money to Hungary. 6,000 of that currency to spare. What's that in normal money? Hey, I was in Serbia yesterday. I haven't shown you what I bought in Serbia. I bought a lot of shit in Serbia. Look, I bought a book. Check out my book. This is my book. It's called 1000 osjećanja za koja ne postoji naziv. 1000 feelings for which there is no word. I bought that in Serbia. And it's like, oh, the pride when you make someone smile. And then it's the anger when you see a bad joke in Facebook comments. The fuck? The envy because your friend has a female friend that likes hanging out with them. The sadness because no one calls you to ask you when you're coming home. Bro. And then there's the Schadenfreude when your friend does get called to be asked when he is coming home and he can't answer it. What the hell? Oh, this is so cool. I bought it as a toilet read. I saw it in the store and I was like, this is a very stupid book. It's one of those zero IQ books. You know, those really, really stupid books like tabloids, like tabloid newspapers. No one really gives a shit about those. But you put them in like a toilet room, someone's gonna be reading it. Someone's gonna be reaching for that shampoo bottle when they're having a really hard time. And instead of reaching for a shampoo bottle, why wouldn't they have a stupid little book in Serbian? So I bought a stupid little book in Serbian, genuinely. It was cheap as fuck and I got it for that reason only and solely. Also got some dinosaur book, but this is the one that I'm actually proud of. You're going to Hungary to get Chinese fast food in Hungary. I mean, at that point, you might as well just go to China. Hey, why aren't you just taking your little bike and going all the way to China? Why go to Hungary? They're gonna get authentic cuisine regardless. Chinese food in the state of Hungary during the Croatian statehood day. Svetski čovek. By the way, I actually have to leave. Listen, stream on Friday is going to be morning stream because I am working afternoon shift. So stream on Friday is going to be morning stream. We're going to be drinking morning coffee and I'm going to be crying because I have to work soon, I guess. I think that's that. And then for next week, I don't know anything about any of the streams ever. I do know that my classes on Thursday are starting next week. I don't know when I work, so I don't know if I'm going to be having classes in having the streams in the morning or in the afternoon, and I will update you on that probably on the fuck is the day? On Saturday, and that's that. Yeah, stay hydrated, drink some beer. Tomorrow is Croatian Statehood Day, so wear something Croatian. Wear something I don't know, wear something checkered? Paint a Croatian flag on your house. I feel that would be a great way to show appreciation. Paint a Croatian flag, just like over the entire front part of your house, just like a huge Croatian flag. That's that. It doesn't really matter where you live. Just do it to show a little bit of love, a tiny little bit of love. Military police t-shirt to Hungary. One time, I almost went into Serbia in my military jacket. And like I was getting ready and I didn't think about the implications, right? So I'm getting ready to go to Serbia and I'm just grabbing jackets and I grab the military one and I get out of the house and I sit in my car and I look at my shoulder and I notice that I'm wearing a fucking military jacket with like actual patches and everything because I got it as had a cousin who was going there into an actual military and then she outgrew the damn thing and then she was like, hey, you want to have it? And I was like, yeah, sure. So I noticed in the car and then I was like, I don't know if this is sending a bad message. I don't know if they want to see a Croat in a military jacket, like a proper one, not even a fake version, a proper one, entering the country. I'm not sure they would be happy. Yeah, but I went, you know what also happened? I was in Serbia yesterday and I met my relatives and she's talking about how they have there's a new thing in Serbia. So you know how usually you go to Chinese stores and in Chinese stores you can get a lot of shit for very cheap, right? And she's talking to us how there's a thing in Serbia right now and they don't go to the Chinese store anymore because it's a bit too expensive at this point. And I'm like, what? And she's like, you know where we go instead? You're going to love this. And I'm like, no, where? It's a Russian store. The new version of the Chinese store is a Russian store. Is it held by actual Russians? I don't even know, because she's saying that I don't have actual Russian shit in it. It's mostly like Chinese shit, but it's a Russian store. They apparently have some Russian chocolates. I haven't found the Russian chocolates. We went to the damn store. It looked like a warehouse. Is a proper store. It's a proper store facility. It's like it's legal and everything, right? They accept your cards. If they don't accept your cards in a store, then it's a sus thing. They did accept it. It's just a weird little thing. And then she was talking to me about how when the Russian store first opened in Serbia, people didn't want to go because it was a Russian store, and they didn't want to go to a Russian store for some reason because they're like Serbs. I was like, aren't you people supposed to be friends? And she's like, yeah, I don't know. People just didn't want to go. But then they learned that the only Russian thing they have in the store are Russian chocolates. So they do go. They just buy everything but the Russian chocolates. I saw some vodka, though. It was like, it had the image of Moscow on it. So I guess that's also Russian. So I guess chocolates and vodka. I don't know. But yeah, a huge warehouse of really, really cheap shit. So if you're in Serbia and you need something really cheap, I guess go to your closer Russian store to buy Chinese stuff for less money than you would buy Chinese stuff at the Chinese store. Because why not? Really, why not? Russian chocolate's kind of trash. I don't even know. I don't even know. Half of me was like, do I want to be trying this? But to be honest, I saw... what I saw was, you know how sometimes for holidays you get crap chocolate and that makes you appreciate real chocolate? Basically, the one chocolate that I did see was crap chocolate, and then I didn't look at the other ones. You know the fake. You know what's the fake chocolate, right? You've tried fake chocolate. I had relatives who were coming to visit every holidays, and like I hated them because they would always bring me chocolate eggs, and it looked like the real chocolate egg, but it wasn't the real chocolate egg, and you would not know until you tried it. Until you fucking took a bite out of the damn thing, because it looked exactly the same. Sometimes if it's like a little softer, a little melty, you could smell the difference, but usually you would not know the difference until you bite into it, and then you regret every second of being alive. That was basically, that was the one chocolate I tried. I don't know if the other ones are shit. I heard they have some good coconut things, like coconut rolls. But it wasn't available when we were there, so I didn't get any of the chocolates. If you really hate someone but have to attend an anniversary of this person, buy them Russian chocolate as a gift. Now I'm gonna try to do that. I'm gonna be testing it. I'm gonna be testing that shit. Every Russian I know is to buy Ukrainian chocolate. Now I wonder what Ukrainian chocolate is though. Like, I want to buy something. I want to buy something. I would want to be supporting the economy of Ukraine actually. I ain't supporting the economy of Russia just to try some Russian chocolate. It doesn't matter how bad it is, right? Poroshenko has. And I'm gonna Google Poroshenko chocolate. Now I have to Google that. Also, I have to go, genuinely. I have to go play ESO. Chocolate. Oh, Poroshenko Chocolate King. Ukrainian vodka, was it good? Oh, look, Roshen, really, Poroshenko. Whoa, what do they make? 350 items, 350 different chocolate shit. Chocolate and jelly sweets, caramel, toffee, chocolate bars, biscuits, wafers, sponge rolls, pastries, cakes. Whoa. Wait, is the brand existing? Because it is, right? I kind of want to try it. I kind of want to try that shit. Prague cake. Wait, which one is that? Prashka. Oh, chocolate? A Russian classic. No, actually, I don't know if I have. It looks like stuff I did eat. It looks like stuff I did eat, but I'm not sure if it just looks like stuff I did eat, and if there's a lot of cakes that look basically the same, or if it's not. 28, if you said you were 21, I would have believed it. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very, very much. I love hearing that I'm relatively young and not actually hearing people calling me old as well. But yeah, 28. I am 28. I was born in 1995. I was born exactly when Croatia was liberated from the Serb occupiers. My birth was the mark of a new era. That's what is what. It was a birth of a new era. I am as old as Croatia is. A bit younger, actually. But approximately as old as Croatia is. So it counts. It counts, alright? Adult-ass person. Good ones aren't like normal chocolate cakes. Or then I don't know if I tried the Prague cake or if I tried a normal chocolate cake that looks like that. DB, you have no right to call anyone old. The era of Croatian imperialism, I wish. However, it's mostly just the era of Croatian willingness to subject itself to European Union to get a lot of cash money, which is also good. Because I support it. I support it. I, for one, will welcome our German overlords. As long as they give us cash money, I think all is good. We're in the best situation we've had in a while. By the way, talking about this, I have to show you something. I have to leave, but I have to show you something. Serbs had a thing. Serbs had a thing for a while. And I kind of hated going over to my relatives for a while because of it. They had a thing and they don't have it anymore. Because life is sad and it has no meaning overall. But they had a thing with certain... I'm trying to figure out if they have like images of the damn thing where it's just like a fucking crossing with nothing on it. They had a thing where there would be a train crossing the road like this. You see this? Just like train tracks crossing the road, and the train tracks are actively used, and the road is actively used by vehicles. And they would call this the black dot spot if there was no signs that the train was approaching. So usually you have these little bullshits where there's light if the train is coming, and there's ringing, and then you have a rampa. The fuck is rampa in English? You have it like closing down. So in the event of a train coming, you as a car will be stopped and you will not be able to be on the tracks when the train is coming. It's meant to be, placed there for your safety. For a long while, there was a crossing when I was going to my relatives in Serbia that had none of this. There was a stop sign, and that was that. And if the train was coming, you wouldn't fucking know. So what you had to do there was like a huge field of sunflowers on either side of this. So usually when they were not too high, it was all right. When they got taller, this was a problem. You had to drive over, and then you had to like slowly look both directions to make sure a train is not coming, and then you had to quickly cross. They had so many accidents in this. Yeah, proper rural area, a very strong rural area. So there's like tiny villages on either side of this, and in the middle is just fields. That's that, right? But you have to drive through the shit to reach the actual city, so you have to go there. Why I'm telling you about this is because they fixed it. There's a proper crossing. There's a proper crossing. It's not anymore a spot where you're going to fucking die. There's a proper crossing. They have the light signalization and everything. They fixed it. They fucking fixed it. They even fixed a big chunk of the road. Not the entire road, but a big chunk of the road is now proper asphalt, and you can actually drive there. You can actually go and drive there. You know how cool that shit is? They have not had that at all in such a fucking long time. And they have it right now. They got a new roundabout. They got new fucking roundabout. They have a bike track. There's a bike track close to the road. But the biggest change that I noticed was the fucking crossing, because you don't have to be afraid of it anymore. And I asked my relative, I was like, European Union? And she's like, yeah, European Union. Because European Union said that our roads are shit as fuck. And we will not be able to think about becoming members if our roads look like shit. So what we need to do is improve the situation, do at least minimum, like at least install light installations. So then as they started to fix it, they just, got more cash money and they fixed the whole damn thing. And you can actually drive on their roads now. You know how cool that shit is? And they're still unwilling to go and fucking enter the European Union properly. You know how good that shit is. Holy shit. I was so happy when I saw like the goddamn light installation. It sounds so stupid because it's such a simple thing and it should be existing in every country. But man, there was light installation there. Like if train is approaching, you're gonna see it going beep, beep, beep. Perfect. Srebrenica, Netherlands, were the NATO troops stationed there? Do you think we were wrong? I think UN was wrong for pretending there is a way to appease Serbia at the time. Yes, I think it was wrong. I think it was wrong to not bomb them sooner. I think Belgrade should have got bombed way earlier than it got bombed, and I think a lot of the tragedies would have been avoided. But instead of bombing Belgrade, what we did was we looked at Belgrade and we were like, hey, can you stop? And they were like, we're gonna genocide all Bosniaks. And we were like, yeah, but can you be a bit more peaceful, please? Can you be a bit more peaceful? And they were not peaceful. So yeah, they just continued going around killing. They're just... I think we were stupid. I think we were stupid as shit, basically. I'm glad Netherlands acknowledged... I don't want to say participation, but more like allowing the damn thing to happen. I'm very glad Netherlands acknowledged it personally, because at one point it became really fucking clear what was going to happen. This is the time, I was reading about Srebrenica recently because there was Srebrenica denial dude mentioned in one of the Twitch streams, and I looked into the dude, and then I was reading into the situation. And basically, at one point, one UN peacekeeper got killed in the whole situation, and the reason why he got killed is because peacekeepers knew what's going to happen, and Bosniaks in Srebrenica knew what was going to happen. And what happened is peacekeepers evacuated themselves. Together with the equipment, together with vehicles, they evacuated themselves. They ran away like little bitches. They were like, we're supposed to be here and to keep the safe zone. Oh, we know that the safe zone is going to be very unsafe very soon. Goodbye. See ya. Good luck, I guess. Stay alive if you can. Many people didn't, but yeah. So Bosniaks in panic tried to stop the vehicle with the UN peacekeepers from leaving, and in the attempt did kill one of them. We just so many Srebrenica denialism is constantly mentioning this fact as like, oh, look at Bosniaks being cruel towards people who were supposed to protect them, as if the people who were supposed to protect them didn't fail them the second they decided to just run away. You're supposed to keep it a safe zone, and you're running away, and you're just leaving the man that. The hell are you doing? So yeah, I think UN failed us. I don't think it was just Netherlands. I think UN overall failed us. But yeah, I'm glad Netherlands did acknowledge it. I'm glad they did acknowledge it. I'm glad they wrote a whole report on it. And I'm glad that the country is still fighting against Srebrenica denial to this day. I'm glad that we are seeing someone learn something from it, even though it could have been stopped way before. And also, now I have to go. Now I actually have to go. Not sure it was UN, but NATO as a whole. I think it was also UN, because like a UN mandate was needed to be given in order to bomb Belgrade, and UN never gave a fucking mandate at all, by the way, at all. Like NATO just did it because it needed to be done. Yeah, but I think it is. You know how now when you look at the way that the Western world is responding to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, you always see the Western countries making a proper decision, but they make the proper decision like 3 years too late. Or sometimes even more, depending on which decision we're talking about. But they make the decision way too fucking late. There's a lot of bureaucracy in the process. There's a lot of levels through which a decision must be approved in order for it to actually be approved, so you can actually actively do something. And there's good reasons for this. There's good reasons that we're not making very hasty decisions when it comes to these situations. But this also means that in some situations we are going to be slowed the fuck down. And that's basically what has happened in the war in Yugoslavia. UN was slowed the fuck down. UN was trying to like go through all of the other options before allowing NATO to go and just evaporate the Serb invaders. The UN was trying so hard to do anything else they can do that it was wasting a lot of time and allowing a lot of people to get killed. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know how anyone could have done anything better, really. Chris speaks? Yeah, sure, definitely. I have to leave. If I start the raid, maybe I'm actually going to be leaving. So yeah, I genuinely do think it was UN itself. The UN itself, not just NATO. Lib politics,
now that I have
dude.
insulted this random person on the internet because he doesn't know what it's like to be poor, so he doesn't get to criticize you.
Government goes after red pillars, really?
Pathetic existence makes you incapable to take criticism from this big
18 plus only? You guys are 18 plus, right?
In a Hawaiian shirt.
You guys are 18 plus.
I have done it for. I am the G.
Do I do it like this?
Fucking hell.
mentions that Tom was either at his wedding or at the
How do
very
I do
least
a
was
raid
invited.
on my
Tom has
channel?
been accused of
How
using
do I
the
do a
N-word
raid on
multiple
my
times in
channel?
private conversations, including these screenshots of texts that are alleged
I
to
don't
be
even
real.
know how you
And he's
raid.
also been
I think I
accused of
have to
saying
go
that the upper
here
tiers of
slash
the
before.
were
Thank you very
intended
much for the
for
subscription. Let's
Jews
fucking
with
go.
I haven't done raids in a
Wendigo
while,
is
okay? I
publicly
haven't done
connected to
raids
the
in a while.
internet historian,
Don't
and
bully
has
me,
even
I'm
appeared in
trying
his
my
videos.
best.
The
Also, I
internet
have to
historian
silence me
publicly
right
said that
now.
his birthday was April 20th.
I haven't done
It is
raids in
not.
a while.
It is only
okay?
said that
Mute
as a
tab.
joke
Alright,
because
shut
that
the
is
fuck up.
Hitler's birthday. Wendigoon is publicly friends with Donut
Um,
April.
right.
He even retweeted a
Well, yeah, but he's doing it
All
ironically,
right.
okay, Cooper? You don't get it because you're just not with us, the youngsters, sufficiently, okay? If you were with the young'uns, then you would understand why he's wearing a Hawaiian shirt. You see, he does it ironically. The Wendigo guy, no, he does
Spam
it
link to
seriously,
channel
but
10
you don't
times.
understand, okay? Because you're just an old man.
Oh, I can
old,
do
weird
that.
man.
I can do that with a staff.
I
I
meant the
can do
quest
that
actually,
with
though.
a staff.
Escape
This is so
and
cool.
the
This is so cool.
quests.
All right, so yeah, that's that basically. I will be
photograph
seeing
of
you
the
on
two of them
Friday,
huddled.
so you
Donut
know.
Operator is a gun-crazed, very
Good luck.
far-right
What do I
YouTuber
tell
with
you?
4 million
Friday
subscribers.
morning
His
stream, by the way.
career consists of him
Friday
reviewing
morning
footage of police
stream. Don't
officers
strike
shooting
me.
or
Leave me
killing.
alone.
He was once a cop himself
Morning
before
stream,
he made more
coffee
money
stream
making YouTube
before
videos
work.
all the
So,
time. His content is very
and then for the
pro-state,
next week,
pro-cop,
again,
pro-gun,
I am
and
going to
pro-death
be
to people who
reminding
don't
you
share his beliefs
on,
and propaganda.
I
For
think
example, one of his
Saturday on
videos
Discord, because on
Predator
Saturday I
takes
should be
shotgun
getting my
to the face
schedule,
and features
but
a
who
picture
the
of him
fuck knows?
smiling
No
in
one
the
knows,
corner of a
alright? I
thumbnail
work
next to an image of a
chaotically.
terrified man about to be
That's
executed
that.
by
Gonna
cops,
start
with
right
the
now
text
because I
that
have to
reads,
run
"Head
and I have to go eat. I bought some.
Donut here. We got a
I don't know what I bought. I bought some meatballs.
The main shooting just
Have some
warms my
meatballs with
heart.
some
And you know,
potatoes.
for someone who supposedly is so very
Man.
anti-government, Wendigoon seems very comfortable
You
with
continue.
being
I
possessive
continue
with
at the
worshiping
channel because I'm gonna
violence
be
committed
around.
by the state. He's a man
See ya.
of no conviction, claiming to be very against the government and for the rights of the people, while at the same time giving a warm embrace